So, where did I close my streams? Good. Last time, together, you descended into a structure further underground than the city, the Necromorium. Here, amidst the corpses and bones, likely hundreds of years old and abandoned, you'd found tools necessary to the creation of the infamous necrotech of the Drow. In a demanding battle at the center of the Necromorium, you fought against repeating tides of undead and at last struck down your foe, laying claim for the moment at least to the structure. Still deep beneath the ground and still several miles beneath the surface, in this structure of dark slate stone slabs, we begin today's session. Yet unrested, you have not leveled up, but for the moment you appear to be safe.
So I guess Evelyn is still like checking all the urns and stuff.
There's something Beggar's supposed to tell me about information I was missing, but that's fine.
So, Evelyn, what do you think who or what this creature was that we just fought?
Probably, some sort of... Most likely it was one of the drow necromancers, or possibly a being that has been around for some time down here.
I really hope there are not more of them left.
I'm assuming it's the one that they said they thought came back or something. She's very distracted as she's like looking through bones, like half answering you.
Not
For
surprising.
you, Evelyn, following down the list of ingredients, you take stock of what you have, what you'll need. Many of the bones along the pit of the hall are unusable. Through years of exposure to necromantic rituals, they've become corrupt. An easy material to raise undead from, but not one to form a construct from. The exception to this are the bones in the central pit. Roughly 7.5 tons of bone lie here, immersed possibly for years already in a consecrated solution of liquid. Along the side rooms, caked deep in dust, you find most of the rest of your necessities. Large skulls of various forms, fit to become the core skull. Huge bones able to form a sturdy frame, and ashes which you'll need for the assembly ritual. The only things missing from your list are the binding, bone dust required to affix the construct's form, and blood from a greater undead with corrupting qualities, in order to finish the preparation of the bones, before the ritual can begin.
Okay. Then taking stock of everything, she's pretty sure she can get the bone dust from upstairs in the room that they'd been at before that they left the swamp legs in. Somehow. But I think she's gonna kind of make her way over towards the sarcophagi, or the caskets and stuff that have been in the room, and try and take stock if there's any chance that a creator undead could still be inside of one of them.
How would you do that?
They're bound. They're like chained up. And there's definitely like places where it looks like potentially blood has been drained from them previously, correct?
Mm-hmm. You
Is there
found
any?
these grooves that seem to extend from underneath these sarcophagi
Mhm.
and seem to contain at least old, dried blood stains, mostly.
I believe most of them had a lever next to them. Does it look like the lever would somehow interact with the caskets to either cause the draining or open it?
The levers are directly adjacent to these platforms upon which the caskets rest, but you see no obvious mechanism.
To tell how it goes. As far as I know, I'm trying to look over my notes real fast. How fresh does the blood have to be?
It has to be less than 24 hours old.
Okay. And if I look in the bowls, does it look like if I attempted to pull this lever, would that take it somewhere else? Because I wouldn't want to, I know that everything has to happen in a specific order. So theoretically, if there was a vampire in one of these and the lever, caused blood to come out, this is mostly where I'm trying to make sure it doesn't happen, that it wouldn't, start the ritual, or would it... I could still use it if that theoretically happened.
From how the blood has pooled and dried, does look like these circular bowls don't flow anywhere else.
Okay. Then I'd probably go over to one of them and try and pull the lever.
Which one do you go to?
Probably go to this one.
I can't remember if Soleil tried to pull this one.
He started to try and pull a lever, I think.
I think
and
it
then I
was
yelled
this
at him.
one. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was this one over here.
Right. As you stamp over to the lever, you just try and pull it?
Does it look rusted? Does it look worn, kind of a thing?
It does look heavily worn. You can tell that near the mechanisms that would enable the lever to move to the other side, the central bolt sort of upon which it would turn, there's definitely a collection of rust and a good measure of dust that has settled along the mechanisms.
Can I cast mending on it?
Mending would not remove the rust, but if there's any deeper damages, mending would most likely fix them.
I guess I'll try and cast mending first, then to try and help reinforce it. And then if Soleil's been following me, she'd probably turn and be like, right, help me pull this lever.
Sure.
And try and, with him pulling and me pushing or something, try and see if we can't get the lever to budge.
Okay. Give me a strength check, please. You can
Both of
roll with
us, or?
advantage, since you are being helped. Well, either one with advantage or both of you separately.
Do you roll with advantage because you are actually stronger than me? I remember.
Yeah, I think I have a +1.
Yeah, I
I don't
don't.
know what yours is.
0.
Okay. I'll roll with advantage. 11.
Even with Soleil sort of hanging his weight against it, and you pushing, you feel this sort of grinding of metal against metal that is rusted. And even though you hear this deep sort of cracking of rust, the lever doesn't move far.
I want to lie on my back next to it and I want to use my feet to push it.
Um. If I look around, can I see what Huxley's up to?
That depends. Huxley, what are you up to, girl?
I think I wanted to open this. Or, yeah, or,
I'm trying to open the sarcophagus in the corner.
yeah.
I don't remember if I let you roll on it last time.
I
But give
think-
me a strength check.
I think we rolled for this one. I don't think we tried to open that one. But,
Would have been nice to have a video to check what we did. Oh,
not 20.
nice. Barbara, best girl.
29.
You
Meanwhile, I'm over here talking to
muster
Soleil.
all of your strength, and you feel as strong as you've ever felt. You stam against this sort of heavy stone lid, and you push. And despite the strength you muster, which you know is extraordinary, it doesn't budge even an inch.
I'm picturing. I don't know how like healthy everyone is right now, but I'm picturing like over off to the side, Evelyn being like, right, so to Soleil, there could possibly be a vampire of some sort inside of these, or there might not be, but probably not looking to open them.
In the meantime,
We just stop to fight. As we glance over at Huxley, who's with all her might, or their might, trying to open up the sarcophagi.
I just imagine it's so much force that like a floor tile cracks underneath you.
Pretty much.
It doesn't open, but the floor moves.
Oh,
Frog screaming at the top of her lungs.
alright, so possibly not that. Evelyn will start making her way over towards Huxley. What you doing over there, Huxley?
Opening this?
Any success in that endeavor?
It's impossible.
Good.
Maybe if I smash it.
No,
with
you
my
don't. You don't
axe.
have to do that. I was thinking that there's a chance that there could be some sort of an undead being in some of these. Possibly, might not, but might. So, if there was, they might be rather strong. Not that you're not, but I know Rhett is a bit tired from his last fight.
Okay.
But I was curious to see if you could maybe help me with pulling this lever over here. And since we're over here, I'll point to this lever.
Guess I'll try to open the lever. Or push lever.
I'll try and assist by kind of casting mending to again reinforce it so it doesn't break.
I was about to ask. Okay, give me another strength check if you want to pull the lever. You can roll with advantage since you are being helped by Evelyn.
17, so... 26.
You hear this deep wrenching, grinding noise as the lever slowly moves to the side. And through this noise, you just keep pushing. You feel the straining of the metal underneath your hands. And then as you reach to about 75% to the other side, you hear this clunk. Faintly, you hear something move. You hear this grinding again on stone this time. And a low, deep gurgle. As Evelyn, you see this thin trickle of blood pour from underneath the coffin into the adjacent pool.
Blinn looks so ecstatic. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what perfect. How much is like coming out? I think
It is not a gush of blood. It's this sort of thin trickle that does keep going for a bit. But likely,
will take some time.
considering, small vials, you'd only be able to fill about 1 or 2 of those.
Okay, but I need like a cup per 5 tons, correct? I think. Oh,
believe so.
notes. Then Evelyn's just going to easily work on like pulling Huxley. Like, not that Huxley can really be pulled by Evelyn, but trying to pull her over to the 2 other ones, one after the other, to try and do the same thing there, so that she can perhaps gather enough blood between all 3.
So, Red, are we tormenting creatures and gather their blood? Are we the evil guys?
So Red's in this coffin. He has his like cowboy hat down over his eyes, and he's playing the Song of Rest that you've heard many times. Very. It's like, are we the evil guys? Is that what you just asked? I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I don't think. Wait, who are we tormenting? He pulls his hat back. What's going on?
From the corner again, following the same procedure, you hear this thunk and the grinding, something metal moving through stone. Following your procedure, Evelyn, and Huxley, you continue to collect these trickles of blood.
Brett's like sitting up looking around. He sees this and then looks at the coffin that he's in and it's like, ah! Now outside of the coffin.
Evelyn probably looks like the epitome of like a kid on Christmas morning at the moment.
You move to the third. This time, Red, as
Wait,
you're
what?
sort of listening, you hear again this thunk, the wrenching
what?
of metal, and then you hear as you approach the coffin this as you see this deep red liquid. It's almost a little bit thicker than you'd be used of blood, almost as if it's already begun coagulating in a way. Just sort of trickle into these pools. And you collect a little bit more than you need, Evelyn. About 5 of these smaller vials.
She's happily like scooping them up and corking them like.
What's in these coffins that...
Oh,
What?
probably like a vampire of some sort or something like that. And she's just filling up her, making sure to get every little drop of blood.
Does, is that like... Does Vadar know about this?
Vadar's not here right now. It's this is all. I mean, vaguely we've talked about this, or it's all part of the ritual.
Like, I know, I mean, vampires are like, sort of often not great people, but I mean, these could be like his cousins or something.
The chances of that happening are entirely like slim and negligible, not even worth considering.
I want to knock on the coffin. Hello?
You knock against this stone of the coffin.
Yeah.
Unlike the coffins that seem to be hung around the walls of the room, they seem to be made out of wood. This one is cold stone. You ask your question and receive no response.
I mean, they're not necessarily vampires, right? They could just be like ghouls.
Well, they could have been a few other individuals as well, some sort of greater undead being.
Also, they could just be dead now. That's why they're not replying.
Also possible. It could have been a blood elemental or ichor or atropole, something along those lines. And she's just moving to carry her blood off,
Or
like
just some
happily
guy.
moving along. Just walking away before this conversation can go into arguing
What
with
are we
her.
doing with this?
Just working on building us a necrotech, so we can have one to assist us.
Right.
And is the whole necrotech thing a safe thing to do? Or are there any risks involved?
Oh, no, no risks. Just
I
collecting.
would insight check, but I'm sure that Evelyn believes that. I'm sure she has confidence in her abilities.
Yeah.
Do we have to like right now?
It's going to take a bit of time
6
and
times.
me working on things and gathering things in place. So I'll probably work on it through the night and take my time. It's nothing's happening immediately.
Okay.
I'm just gonna work on getting things together.
I mean, we could potentially help. Wait, through the night?
Well, I'm just trying to get everything together. It's, a night is relative to what it is, and you all look exhausted. So if you want to get sleep, that's absolutely fine. I'm gonna see if I can't put this together.
Quick question: the skull you used to contact Vidar, where are you keeping that?
I think it might be in Evelyn's bag, but I don't remember how big this one was. If not, then it's with Rhett.
Well, yes, I think technically it might be strapped to the toad right now. Because it's too
Yeah,
big
it
to,
was
like,
really
actually
huge.
carry. Yeah.
Which is exactly where Evelyn's heading next.
Yeah, I don't really want to sleep down here in the coffin. So
Hux, I think we're leaving.
Oh, right. Perfect. Needed to get something up there anyways.
and that stinky room.
Go to make our way back up so I can get my binding material.
Okay.
But what about the vampires?
Oh, they're not going in anywhere.
The outside of the necromorium is, as before, desolate. Apart from the occasional waft of fog, nothing seems to move among the graveyards. I guess I'll just...
we're heading over towards that building, which I think you also had a map on. Not that you need to pull it out. Yeah.
So what exactly is the kind of necrotech you're trying to create here?
Oh, well, not here. This is just about the bone dust.
Yeah, but in general.
Yeah, but like the general plan, yeah.
She's being purposefully obtuse at this point in time. Oh, well, it really comes down to the type of bones that you use, and that hasn't been picked out yet, so hard to say. Is there any point to grapple all the way over to the other side, Beggar? With my grappling hook? Between, like, the ceiling and then over or something like that? Or is it like a smooth ceiling, or...
So there's definitely a number of cross beams around the ceiling to just hold the wooden walls of the structure in place. You could very likely grapple to the other side.
Oh, I forgot. She's got wings. Psh. Never mind. She's just gonna start flying over to the side with her wings. Nothing wrong.
Hey, Red. Do you also have the
Yeah.
feeling that she's a little bit evasive right now? Like, answer-wise? Should we be
And also,
afraid?
like, flying away wise?
Yeah.
I don't think we should be afraid. Somebody should be afraid. I don't think it's us.
For some reason I don't really have a good feeling about this whole ordeal. The whole necrotech thingy. Weren't we supposed to just like bring back like the plants and stuff for Vidara? Why is she doing it herself right now?
Were we?
I don't remember.
I honestly don't know. Well, no, I don't think it was the plans. I mean, I'm sure that Vidar is interested in the plans.
Because he sent us to the city, right? He wanted something out of this. Probably, like, if he had necrotech, yeah, the skull, but like,
Yeah.
it wasn't necrotech in the end, like. His
That
goal.
might be what he's after, but I don't
Because
think they've gone into it that much.
It's gonna
I was there
need
for
it.
most of the conversation with Vidar, right?
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah. I think this is more of an Evelyn thing. Which, to be honest, I trust more than Vidar. So I'm not like hyped. I'm not like super excited about this, but I think it's better than giving it to Vidar, to be honest.
I mean, being trusted more than Vidar is not that hardly achieved, but yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of concerned that we're going to attract some attention if it's like this big a ritual overnight type of thing. But I just... It looks like she's about to do her thing, so... I think this is more of a, do we get some rest now?
Yeah, I guess so.
And then
I mean,
when vampires start coming to life, we can fight them?
I mean, there's also no reason to try and stop her. I mean, we would have to like completely knock her out to stop her from doing the thing she wants to do. I mean, have you seen her eyes? She's like a kid on a birthday.
She's having such a good time to be like, I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's
Well, look, it's
still a
gonna
little
take
bit
a long time.
creepy. Seeing that from someone
Yeah,
that not long ago just
It is.
in cold blood killed a reporter.
That's true. Yeah.
It's a little bit like there are two Evelyns out there.
I don't know, man. I can't handle this right now.
I mean, I'm not gonna do anything to stop her.
Look,
But-
it sounds like it's gonna take all night. I'm exhausted. Once she
Oh, yeah.
starts into whatever, maybe I can try to get her to explain it more.
Yeah. I mean, Soleil looks at you as you say exhausted, and you can see like one of his arms hanging next to his body, like not being able to move at all, and like blood running down his shoulders, and
Oh yeah,
And
Rat
he's
is
like-
just covered in blood.
yeah. He's like, yeah, exhausted is a thing.
All right, so listen, I'm gonna take a rest. I would think you look like you need one too. I'm sure she's gonna be at it when we wake up. And we can try to, maybe she'll be engrossed and not so evasive. Honestly, this room seems as not creepy as any of the ones we've been in, so...
No, except for also all the bones laying around. But
I'm
I
gonna sit over here on this side, okay? That's what I'm saying.
chair is mine.
I mean, so unless, like, Huxley had something to say about something...
No.
I think Rat wants to begin a long rest then, because...
Okay.
Yeah.
You begin your long rest. You make a fire. Do you?
Is it
Use your
comfortable
supplies.
temperature-wise, like, in a building?
It's almost a bit warm for your liking, but comfortable enough.
I think probably just food and water then.
Okay.
I'm gonna check the cocoon in the meantime. Just make sure everything is fine, still wrapped up and safe in the blanket.
The cocoon appears unchanged, at least to the last time you was.
That's good, that's good. Because I expect it to take some time, but I don't want it to break or something. Hux, how are we gonna name it when it hatches?
The Necrotech?
Also that,
you guys
yes,
are-
but this thing,
You-
and
you
he shows
oh
Red the
God.
cocoon.
Do you have any more female people in your life that you want to name
No!
strange animals after?
I was not there for the name of Laurent and Kara, but hard no.
What do you think of the name Holly?
Hell no.
Holly is a good name.
God.
Okay, so that's the necrotech down. What about the like, just like Holly the necrotech, whatever?
No. That would be Thava, because Thava was undead. See, it makes more sense. No, but we're not naming it that.
Right, what was the name of the goblin girl again that we met very early on the journey?
Dorks?
Dorks. Dorks is a nice name.
You know what? Fine. Name your bug Dorks.
And the necrotech is Holly.
No. No, I'm reserving naming rights on that one. I'll think of something.
What do you want to call it?
I don't know. We'll see if Evelyn has a name. Yeah, I'm gonna name it in the morning. I'm not
Depending on
naming
how it
things.
looks, right?
Yeah, we gotta see how it looks. Yeah.
And he whispers to Hugs, but in a way that Red will totally hear that. It will totally look like a holly.
Yeah, I have a feeling about it too.
Very important conversations, okay?
Yeah.
What do you think will hatch out of the
Evelyn,
cocoon?
what are you doing?
Some
I
kind of
know I
insect.
need 100 pounds of bone dust per ton of bones. How, would I have a guess of how much based upon what I saw? How many tons of bones I need
So, looking at your Necrotech manual,
to...
you would see a list of a couple of pages of blueprints that are available to you for construction as well as their general purpose. And this is where we get to the big decisions.
Oh my. Exciting.
So, with the bones you have available, you could, with 7 tons, construct one gargantuan necrotech. Or 2 of the huge to large ones.
Probably...
It's gonna be so big.
Take your time.
Oh, this is gonna take me a minute. You guys can continue talking before... Evelyn was literally...
This can also
I'm
be a
assuming to
group
clarify...
decision.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
my
These,
God.
obviously, separated. These 2 are the gargantuan ones. These lower ones here are the huge
Amazing.
ones.
Amazing, amazing.
I mean, all of
Yeah,
them
if
look
you guys
cool.
have opinion.
Gargantuan.
I just...
Those
think-
are really big.
I think Evelyn would probably, unless you guys wanted to go with the gargantuan, would probably push for large or huge, just because moving through the tunnels and stuff is going to be messy. As dope as these 2 are.
I will vote for Gargantuan.
Yeah.
I will.
These will have all the advantages as well as disadvantages that come with their size. of course. With obviously a gargantuan, you would have, for example, no problem riding on its shoulders, for example, or having it carry you across more difficult terrain. But, of course, even though so far the tunnels have been definitely large enough to accommodate either of these comfortably, should you ever choose a path that is, you know, 5-10 feet wide, they'd likely have trouble getting through something like that.
So I mean, everything that has the surname Trebuchet has definitely my vote. So that one I would like, and also I like the one, if we go for the 2, also like the one with the mammoth thing, just for the looks, because that looks fun to ride. That's what Soleil would choose, but Soleil will not be there when you create it.
Right, well, yes. Out of character.
Out of character.
Evelyn will go with... I'll have Evelyn go with whatever the group wants, but...
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know when you have to make the decision. I'm going to be up in 8
It's
hours.
based upon the materials that I need. So, I'm assuming that if I go for something more gargantuan, I'm going to need more bones.
At the moment, looking at the bone dust, of course, if you were to make 2 smaller ones, you would need about 600 pounds of bone dust. For one of the big ones, you'd need 700. There's not a huge difference between the 2,
But technically, I would be working on that prior to you guys waking up, material-wise. But, so, we can always say out of character what you guys want to do. And then Evelyn will just be happy as a peach just to have a necrotech.
Oh yeah. Hard choice.
consider
like-
it well.
Executor and Destructor are stat-wise better?
This one can only move a speed is 20 feet. He's gonna take forever to go anywhere.
Phage
The
is
trebuchet is 7.
Trebuchet is
It's
also 20 feet.
Then
But the
I guess
trebuchet has like the super what the range. I really like the range on the trebuchet.
Yeah, I'm just picturing us trying to continue to move towards the city, which is already going to be a little bit complicated
Yeah.
having one of these.
Mhm.
And be like, we can move super slow.
Keep in
Yeah.
mind also their hit point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is no healing for these things except for their necrotic assault.
Damage. Does anyone have attacks with necrotic damage?
I
Nice.
think.
Nope.
Nope, but I could swap one out when I eventually level up.
Have blight.
That would work.
Light would work, yeah.
So wait, our choice is 1 or 2?
One super big one.
One
or-
big one or 2 small ones?
If we haven't we haven't come across any place so far where these guys would not have fit Beggar.
Not so far.
Okay.
2 smaller ones are probably
And
better.
Yeah.
if as Huxley, you would know that at least so far, the places you've gone, you hadn't encountered any really tight spaces you'd had to go through. Even the smaller tunnels you would have gone through were still very sizable. Sizable enough that a necrotech,
But
a gargantuan creature, could fit through it.
just
Yeah.
going back
Although-
when we talked to the guys that what are they called again? The fucking fire.
Cleansers.
The cleansers. About the lava thingy, where parts of it like went down and it was hard to travel or something. I don't remember what they
Yeah.
said. Something like that.
The huge is big, so 2 huge is good.
Also, the
Are you
small ones
asking
are
me
still
out of character
huge.
What you remember from the cleansers?
Yeah.
Give me a history check.
Out of character history check. I have to roll for myself. I have
See how
intelligence.
much
It's a
you
natural fucking 20. Okay, Beggar.
Okay, you remember word for word. Then. It's not the easiest place to traverse the magma chamber where they said they're situated, but they made no implications that it was anywhere a tight fit. What they did
Okay.
talk about was some of the tunnels to the north that they closed the way they made it sound completely, with heat charges melting the rock to close off tunnels that lead around the magma chamber, as apparently the heat seems to stifle the growth of the blight.
My vote is at least this one.
Yeah, I would also say executor.
Yeah.
We could
And
do
then-
the... Yeah, I think my vote is Charger and Executor.
Mm-hmm.
Just like speed-wise, and we could still ride a huge thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I can write almost everything because I count as small.
Okay, you can, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what matters. Okay.
Anybody else have votes to toss in?
I would go for the executor also. Then I really like the trebuchet. Not gonna lie.
In
Because
terms
of the
of
range.
damages and
Yeah,
such,
sure.
of course, there are also some that have saves or special attacks. And do keep in mind that much like Polymorph, most of these do non-magical damage. However, for example, from the Colossus, the extra thunder damage it does is, thunder damage.
Also, one point that I feel like is important with the trebuchet and I guess the destructor too, but like the siege monster part, like double damage to objects and structures when we have to get through tunnels that maybe partly like shut or something might help. I don't know.
I like the trebuchet. I just don't
That
like
or
its
bringing
speed.
down-
Yeah, the speed is the sad thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it could dash the whole time, basically, while we walk normally, right?
Yeah, good.
These are constructs. They do not suffer
Yeah.
any form of exhaustion.
True, so he could be moving at 40 feet.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Like, just normal walking.
double damage. It just takes a couple more rounds to get through a wall. You know
The
what I mean?
damage on the charger is pretty nice. For
It's
the
pretty
gore.
good, right? Yeah. Well, it's a +10 versus +8s and +9s.
Yeah. So we definitely do take 2, so we can forget about the super big ones, and I guess no one really voted for the destructor.
Not too much.
Guess
Okay.
not.
And I
So
guess
then
we're basically
we-
sure that one executor will come with us, right? That's like
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure thing. Okay. It's just
Yeah, I
the
would just
two.
say based off the speed, the charger, and yeah, this like the others can still do damage to structures. It'll just take a little.
Something
What?
that I know I added,
Hmm?
in case anyone also overlooked, the damage resistances between
I saw these have
the
resistance to
big
bludgeoning.
ones and the small ones have some differences.
Which is really
Just
nice.
so you're aware.
These guys have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. These ones just have resistance to bludgeoning, or piercing and slashing.
Oh, not from bludgeoning. I see.
And their saves are great. Like these guys got like wisdom +8 for saves.
I mean, yeah, if we take one huge one, I will be down with that too.
It's just we definitely gonna need like to go through walls then.
Right. Which I mean, this one's pretty nice with a thunder slam and everything.
For sure.
too.
Yeah.
For sure. If we
I
were
think
to
it
make
also
one.
requires less bone dust for me then, because I would just need 6. Because these like 100 more than one of these, right, Beggar?
So 700 basically for one big one, and then essentially for the small one it be 300 each.
Oh, okay, so it's 300 each.
Yes.
I was thinking it was
So
600
for
per.
2 small ones or 700 for them.
I kind of like the Colossus, but I think if we didn't go with the huge one, then my vote would be with the Charger and the Executor.
Sure.
Move these aside then for now.
I mean, bigger is better, but
Would be super impressive.
this is just the American.
Also has a really high passive perception.
It do be pretty
yeah.
tall.
18 passive perception. I wouldn't have to look at anything ever again.
So, okay. We are pretty sure that if we went back the same way that we came, this thing would get out. Like, could
Yes.
fit out. So, I mean, if we run into something, we just have to, like, come back for it.
True. True. And this one does have siege damage, so we could potentially also have it make some room for itself.
Yeah.
And it is
Yeah.
a little bit more of a humanoid form, so maybe it could crawl.
Also, not gonna lie, Evelyn would totally go for
Okay,
the
wait,
biggest
wait, wait,
possible
wait,
one,
wait, wait.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Evelyn would
Wait,
go for the
it's a
biggest one,
construct.
but
What was?
question beggar,
Yes.
I can heal constructs.
With mending, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Would not apply to this one.
I think it's... Hold on, let me go look at my construct healing whole thing.
Actually, size doesn't matter.
I can cast... When I cast Cure Wounds, it can heal constructs in addition to normal valid targets.
I'm assuming that is an artificer.
Yeah, it's from the book that I have, the Revised Artificer.
With these specifically,
That's
I
fine.
would say that it does not apply,
That's perfectly fine.
since it's
They
the
have
sort
their
of almost
absorption.
balance of necrotic energies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a strange form of construct that is close to being an undead, but still somewhat removed from it.
Do these have the immutable form trait that many constructs have?
Or they can't be polymorphed.
Mm-hmm.
They do not.
We could just
Hell
shrink
yeah!
it. We could just shrink it and carry it through.
Easy peasy. Let's
Okay.
go big.
Hey, big.
Let's get big.
We're going big. We're
I'm
gonna
turn
have
it
a
into my rat
colossus.
friend, and then someone will kill my rat friend.
And
guess
boom.
what? Boom.
Amazing. I love it. Okay, we're gonna go with the colossus.
When I made these, I specifically removed the immutable
Thank you.
form trait.
So good.
But there's a lot of implications I'm starting to think about.
Uh-huh.
No, but yes, this applies as it is.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, then question. In the bone dust that is already collected and sitting around, would I be able to estimate if there was enough currently created to make the colossus?
Give me a investigation roll.
Investigation. That would be 18.
You can see in the sort of finished containers, after they've gone through the process,
Mm-hmm.
there is sort of a mixture of dust and some of the larger pieces. Looking around, you can tell that in the canvas bags, it seems that it's been separated. The bags containing the fine dust and the barrels that are adjacent containing whatever larger pieces remain.
Mhm.
Each of these canvas bags holds roughly about 100 pounds.
So is there around 6 or... What do I need? 700?
You'd need 700, yes.
Are there...
Although, of course, it's easier to be on the safer side.
Right. Are there 700 to 800 or 7 to 8 bags?
There would be at least 7 bags, yeah.
Perfect.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 bags.
Perfect. Then Evelyn originally was just putzing around over here to avoid answering questions while they settled in for a nap and kind of taking stock. But eventually she's going to work on trying to heft a bag over. after she leaves her.
Just waiting for the coming over. Hey, Rat, can I have the broom?
Oh, that would be so good. Yeah. Yeah.
As the rest of you are starting to settle in for your long rest, is anyone doing any sort of watch, or just all
I'll keep watch.
I'm
for the 6
assuming
hours of
that.
sleep?
Yeah, I'm assuming that Evelyn is going to be back and forth, so it's fine.
I'm gonna take one watch at least at the entrance.
Mm-hmm. You take first watch, or what watch do you take?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rat's taking the 6 hours of sleep just right off.
So, as I'm assuming Huxley and Red go to sleep.
Can take a
Yes, you can have the
Wow.
broom, it's fine.
Perfect. Thank you. She takes it.
You see Evelyn going back and forth as you look outside through a little bit of a crack in the door. Just looking and watching what happens outside.
How much weight can the broom hold again?
500, I want to say.
Do the sacks have anything that look like they can be kind of like tied up and like thrown over the broom so that I could bring a couple at a time?
With the
400.
rope, you could definitely tie them shut. You know, one at each end, and then sort of hang it over the broom.
Mm-hmm. And so Evelyn's probably going to be taking the broom and flying all the way down with like some, and then coming all the way back up, and then all the way down to get steadily.
So you also wander between the Necromorium and...
Yes.
Mhm.
Until she eventually gets all of her bone dust below. I don't know how long that would take, but that's the intention.
You'd probably be able to finish it with the help of the broom within an hour.
Okay. Just happily chatting along to Kieran as she does so. But once all of her bone dust is down there, she will not come back up.
Okay. So, after about an hour of Evelyn sort of flying back and forth, Scylla, you'd notice then Evelyn does not reappear from the Necromorium.
Hmm. I mean, I guess my job is gonna be keep watch. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna worry about what happens inside later on, I guess.
Okay. You wait another hour, and your watch is about to come to an end, and you are feeling like you want to go to sleep at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeling that since I started the watch.
Evelyn has still not returned.
Okay. It's gonna be fine. I'm dead tired. I'm gonna go to sleep to the others.
Okay. And Evelyn, what
Mhm.
are you doing down there?
I'm going to be setting up what I need for the ritual. So picking out the bones that I need to make the frame. This I have central. The core. Do I have what I need for the core?
Yes.
Okay. and kind of going through the whole process of creating a necrotech bit by bit. Setting that all up, picking out essentially the frame that would make the Colossus, adding that all in, and kind of using the book to kind of constantly double checking to make sure she's following each step correctly. Even though she's got it memorized through and through, still going back and double checking because she doesn't want to risk messing it up and the others not letting her finish.
Okay. Collecting the rest of the ingredients is easy enough. You have all of them at hand. The only thing that remains is finishing the large mass of bones in the middle. The form, which you would need the blood for.
Yes. So, with the blood that she has gathered, is there enough blood for what the amount of bones that she has?
Yes?
Okay, then she would. How do you that? What about us? So, with the bones no longer immersed, she goes ahead and adds the blood.
The bones are still immersed.
Oh, okay, so she has to drain the bones.
Mm-hmm.
So she would do that. Go over. And I'm assuming I know that the lever was pulled and it filled. Can it be pulled the other way?
It is already sort of in the other direction. It seems to be a two-way thing. Open and close.
Looking around, does it look like there's any way to drain the fluids?
Give me a perception roll.
16.
You don't see any sort of obvious way of draining the fluids. Likely it's done via another mechanism. You
I see the lever here. Would it make... I mean, have I figured out what this whole table thing is for? Is that where the necrotech gets built? Or something
reading
different?
through the ritual, there doesn't seem to be any mention of any sort of table.
She will try and pull the lever.
Can you give me a strength check, please?
That would be a 10.
The lever appears to be fast stuck.
Preemptively, she's going to cast Mending on it. Just to make sure that it doesn't get busted. What do I have? Okay. What if I cast Knock on it?
Oh, damn.
I have to upcast it at 3rd level because that's my spell slots. But it doesn't do anything additional. Would you consider rust to be a mundane means that prevents access?
Since it mentions the word unstuck, I would say yes, it would work.
3rd level knock for the extra oomph.
You hear this almost sonic just boom as the lever immediately slams to the other side. You see this dust of this little cloud of rust just puff into the air as the lever hits the other side with quite a bit of force, and you hear this almost gurgling as you see the liquid drain from this mountain of bones.
Excited. Then once it drains, then she adds the blood.
Yeah. It takes a couple of minutes, but once the gurgling has come to a stop, you add the blood.
And then I believe I have to pull that lever back to close it, and then go add more liquid, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So she'll quickly go over and do that, and try and get the other lever to...
You flip the lever back to the other side, and you're almost a little bit concerned as to how easy it flips right now. You still hear this sort of clack far below somewhere. But it's surprisingly easily handled right now, this lever.
Okay. So she'll do that until it has the correct amount of solution equaling the same amount that was in before. And then keep an eye to see when the blood is fully dispersed.
Mm-hmm. You watch as this waterfall of liquid gushes out and it begins to immerse and cover the bones. You watch as the blood sort of gets washed off and begins to disperse in the liquid. It's kind of hard to actively judge, since the liquid itself is this sort of darkish oil almost. So it's hard to keep track of how much the blood has dispersed.
And
But as
she get like a little vial of the liquid that's coming out, like kind of reaching in to get some of the liquid that's pouring out,
Yeah.
and then go to get like some scrapings of the blood left over in the bowls to kind of see and gauge timing wise how long it takes for it to dissolve into the liquid.
Mm-hmm. With the small measure of liquid and blood, as you combine the two, it disperses relatively quickly. Can you give me an intelligence check?
Sure. That would be just straight intelligence, dirty 20.
Damn. Yeah. Judging from how quickly this would disperse, especially with the waterfall sort of disturbing the flow of the liquid, it would probably take half an hour.
Okay. And she will eagerly wait that half an hour, making sure that... I think she was supposed to have cut off the liquid pouring in once it was the same amount of measurement, I think.
About. It doesn't really state
Okay.
exact.
So she'll give it roughly half an hour while eagerly chatting with Kieran, kind of going on about, like, this kind of brings me back to like your creation in some aspects, and just kind of absently talking to Kieran as he is beside her.
Okay. You reach the point at which you assume that the blood has saturated the liquid. And at this point would be when Soleil's watch essentially ends and he goes to sleep.
And she will drain the liquid.
That's what he said.
To finish the preparation of the necrotech form.
Yeah. You drain the liquid, and adding all of the ingredients together, you have everything ready to begin the ritual. Assembling everything is relatively simple. The bones already lay in a vessel suited for the ritual. So it's merely an act of adding the remaining components to the pile.
Okay. She'll go ahead and work on doing that to make the Colossus. Is this where she has to maintain concentration, or is that all this already done?
Once you begin the ritual, once you've spoken the chant of opening, the spell requires you to remain concentrated on the spell and ritual for 36 hours.
Right.
At no time during this period may you break concentration, or the ritual fails and will have to be restarted. This condition does mean that you'll also not be able to sleep for that amount of time, and will, at every point of being awake for 24 hours without sleep, have to make a constitution save to stay awake, as well as taking a level of exhaustion.
How awake do I feel prior to starting the ritual?
Right now, you are
I'm
pretty
sure
tired.
I'm going on adrenaline to an extent, but there's been a lot going on.
As you arrived at the Necromorium, it was getting to late afternoon, just from a feeling level. You know that the others have gone to sleep, and you yourself feel pretty tired already.
Then not wanting to risk losing concentration, she's going to go ahead and try and settle in for the shortest long rest of her life. Like, trying to make herself go to sleep, telling Kieran to wake her up at a certain time. Not that he's going to be able to necessarily keep track of that, but... And
so you go to sleep close to the same time that Zelay does. After 6 hours, Red, Huxley, you've completed your long rest. You still have about 2 hours of light activity, but not being in combat, it's likely nothing stopping you from doing that. You see that Zelay is still sound asleep on the chair. Of Evelyn, you see not a sign.
Unsurprising.
Asleep in the skeleton chair.
Alright, let's sneak out so it makes it late. Saying this to Huxley.
Huh?
I was saying I'm gonna sneak out of this particular room so I don't wake Soleil.
Roll me a stealth check.
Well, since I leveled up, 15.
Hey!
Yeah, you sort of shuffle outside, not making a lot of noise. You open the door very carefully, aware of how old it is, and softly close it behind you.
I again give Huxley a look to see if he's following me before
If you
closing
like
the door.
motion him to follow, then yeah.
Sure. So we head outside.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna head down and look for Evelyn. She said it was gonna take at least overnight, so
I mean, it's still pretty early.
it doesn't look like she ate her dinner that I set out for her. I guess I'm gonna take that down there. Did she eat her dinner that I set out
No.
for her? Okay. I mean, you don't necessarily have to come with me, but I don't know what else there is to do around here, really.
Yeah, I can come with you.
I guess we're gonna head back to the chamber.
Okay. You head back down the staircase, and as you approach the large hall where you fought, you do faintly already hear snoring.
Oh, good.
And as you enter the hall, you see, somewhat ominously leaning in this chair of bones,
Uh-huh.
on the other side of the hall, Evelyn.
And all the preparation work in place for my ritual.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna touch anything. He knows better. Alright, Huxley, I don't think we should really mess with anything. She'll like up in a bit, I'm sure.
Is there a massive undead thing there now?
You see that the pile of bones in the middle has definitely changed. There are several larger bones just on the pile now, as well as a larger skull that definitely wasn't there before, along with these sort of piles of white dust almost, these small mounds that have been pushed in.
I think I'll go in the side room and work on some music stuff. I mean, well, what are you gonna do? Unless you have other ideas.
I will train swinging my pickaxe.
Okay, not in here though, cause sleeping.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
I will go back outside.
Suspiciously watches Huxley.
You go back outside.
Yes.
Okay.
Evelyn pausing her work to sleep is a rare occurrence.
What do you swing your pickaxe at? Just through the air, or?
What's outside the
Headstones?
door?
Oh, down here. I totally thought Huxley was going to desecrate a graveyard by destroying headstones.
Well, no, yeah, I will go back outside.
Yeah, outside you are in a very large graveyard.
Yeah. There's a lot of stones that I can swing my pickaxe.
Yes, there is a lot of headstones you could swing your pickaxe at.
I will practice breaking stones. So maybe next time I come across a sarcophagus, I can just use my pickaxe.
Okay. Soleil, could you roll me a perception roll?
Oh god, you're gonna wake me up. At least it was not the natural 20. Perception is still 14.
As you wake a little roughly. You suddenly hear this clatter of stone, almost this impact, as something smashes stone pretty much outside of the hut.
And Huck's like screaming.
Immediately you're in panic mode, thinking you might be under attack. You do finish your long rest, but
What? I look at Lorana,
again
Kara.
you hear a scream and the sort of stones.
Fire!
Something
Oh no,
breaks.
they're fighting. I run outside. I'm gonna grab my sword, my whip, and I'm just gonna... Where are they?
You burst through the door outside and look at just this field of rubble as you see Huxley just breaking these graves' headstones left and right.
And you probably see, like, there's a bunch of holes in the ground where, like, next to some headstones, as if she, like, missed with her pickaxe. But the ones, the headstones that have been hit are, like, completely destroyed.
Hey, Soleil,
Yeah.
what's your passive perception?
16.
As you look over the field of rubble, as the adrenaline sort of begins to ebb away, and you almost feel a little bit angry, you hear something behind you. You hear shuffling. You hear this almost short grinding on cobblestone. A faint clatter. And you're free to move.
We'll definitely turn around and see where it comes from or what it is. Yeah, so looks about like to like scream at Huxley, like, what the f—
You
in the
openly
name of the
walk into
machine art, what the fuck are you— oh! And then he turns around. What was that?
You don't immediately see the source of the noise.
Hux! Stop for a moment, please. I hear something.
Oh. Actually. Guess I'll stop.
As soon as Hux stops, can I hear more?
You definitely hear something moving, coming closer in this direction.
Hux, something or someone is coming. Please immediately run inside and warn Red and Evelyn, and I will hide and see what's coming here.
Oh, okay. Run back inside.
Both of you give me a stealth check, please.
Uh, 15.
24.
You hide behind the rubble of a larger statue, then you're not quite sure if it was one of those that Huxley just broke. As you see a singular skeleton begin to shuffle along the cobblestone. As Huxley vanishes inside the necromorium, rushing down towards the large hall. Evelyn, this is exactly when you wake. Everything is ready for the ritual, and well,
Right. Well
you
then.
hear very faintly the sort of clinking of music from one of the side rooms.
She's moving to get ready for her ritual, but she's kind of double checking everything first.
I was like sitting on the stairs here, so I could still see this room.
Oh yeah, you'd see her getting up and moving to go inspect her ritual progress.
Mm-hmm.
So then he'll
if
like
you were
stop and start
sitting
coming down.
sort of at the bottom of the stairs here, then you
Yeah,
definitely
wherever the
see
stairs
when
are.
Evelyn gets up and starts moving.
I start coming down and I hear someone in the hall, I guess.
Well, it is going to take Huxley about 1 or 2 turns to actually get there.
Wow, okay, it'll take me a couple turns to walk over here.
Right. Morning.
Soleil.
Good morning.
you see the skeleton continue to shamble forward along the cobblestone road.
I will try to stay out of its vision by moving around
Okay.
the rubble.
Yeah, it's done easily enough. The skeleton isn't moving very fast. Slowly moves towards the field of rubble, where Huxley has broken a couple of the headstones. It doesn't seem particularly interested in the actual stones themselves, even stumbling over one or two of them. It just kind of seems to wander around the area now. You notice that at points it does stop and sort of train around looking for something.
So, Brett. Just casually hanging out in the...
Looks like you got something assembled.
Right, I've got everything set up for the ritual, so now I just have to perform the ritual.
Great. So, yeah, would you mind, just as I'm learning things about magic, just walking me through it a little bit? Sounds like it's going to take a while, if that's not a huge...
At this point you hear footsteps, hurried footsteps, as the gate swings open and Huxley arrives.
Red.
What?
Red.
Is it what?
Shelley woke up, and then he came outside, and then he said there's someone coming, and then he said I should get you upstairs and tell you that someone's coming.
Oh no.
Okay. Did he say what kind of someone?
No.
I feel like we should take care of this before starting a long ritual.
Right.
Talking to Evelyn.
Well, go up and come right back down.
Right.
She's got the broom, I think, still, so she's just gonna ride that up.
Soleil, you...
Actually.
Can you give me an intelligence roll?
Okay, straight roll it is. 5.
Okay. Well, looking at the skeleton, you suddenly see it sort of looking around, but you're not quite sure why. Possibly due to the sound.
Yeah, Soleil figures that it probably got here because of Huxley's work. And he's slowly, I guess, sneaking around here to always be behind it, like using some bushes and stuff to hide, and just trying to keep an eye on this skeleton.
Give me another stealth check, since you're moving close.
25.
Okay, yeah. Especially on the cobblestone, you make actually very little sound. Moving across and hiding behind another large chunk of bush.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye on it. Also, I'm gonna look down the street where it came from to see if there are more coming.
At the moment, at least, you do not see any.
Good.
Red, Evelyn, you would arrive as Soleil. You just kind of watch the skeleton wander around for a while. Almost aimlessly, but looking for something.
As we get to the door, do we see Soleil?
Would you be hidden to the side, Soleil?
I mean, I was standing behind this bush, so the thing cannot see me, but they should be able
Yeah,
to
if
see
you're
me.
not trying to hide from any sort of other directions, then you'd be able to see Soleil pretty easily.
We see him crouch, so I'm going to message him. What's up?
We got a visitor. One skeleton probably got here from some noise that Hux made.
I will relay this to the two.
Well, if it's just one skeleton, we should be able to take it out relatively quickly, right?
Sure.
Let's do that then.
A message like, I'm gonna sneak out. Get ready to sneak up on it. I'll do like the silence thing. Take it
Okay,
out quick.
sounds like a good plan.
I'm gonna
Immediately
sneaking
start
out as
sneaking closer.
well. I assume it is
Only
stealth.
stealth checks, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll follow Res.
A 23.
24.
$11.
Just enough. Behind you, you hear a little bit louder, sort of every now and then this rustling as Huxley clips a little bit of the bushes as you weave past them. But the skeleton does not seem to notice as you come upon it and get a full surprise turn of attacking it.
Can I cast silence first?
Yes.
So I cast silence like in this area, whatever the 20-foot radius would be,
Mm-hmm.
and then step inside my own bubble until I can't hear and shoot it in the face. Like presumably after Slay has done his thing.
I mean, Soleil waits for you to cast the spell and holds his
Mhm.
action until then, and Soleil's gonna try and
You'd likely see a red step forward, and then you see him discharge his gun. You see the flash, you see the smoke, you hear not a sound. And at that point, you move forward and start attacking.
Is it advantage because of surprise?
does an 11 hit. It's a natural 1, 11, by the way.
But advantage.
Oh, it's advantage.
Yeah,
Oh,
was
yeah.
that with yeah, you can roll with advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
That's a 17 hit.
17 does hit.
16?
That also hits.
Okay. And all of them hit.
Damn it. I rolled 2 1s on damage. Okay, well, 4 piercing.
No doubles. Okay. Yeah. 53 damage for me.
And Huxley,
Oh,
I'm assuming you also attack, or do you? hold
yes.
I even held back. I didn't even use superiority dice or something.
17. That's 23.
All three of you rush forward to destroy the skeleton. And without a sound, you see just Huck swipe across, taking off almost in one swoop the legs as Soleil annihilates the top part of the skeleton as the bones just spray everywhere, soundlessly hitting the ground, and you essentially scatter the skeleton across the ground.
We'll drop silence once they all are finished.
You might notice that Hux is swinging a little bit more like wildly at it, with a little bit less like care to be accurate, but the hit is so much stronger. Because I took Great Weapon Master.
Alright, listen. Looks at the gravestones. What did you do?
I was practicing.
I mean, it was kind of worth it because your hit right now was really
Yes.
not bad, but
Look at that gravestone! Or look at that rock! I just swung at it one time and it's rubble.
but maybe you shouldn't practice for now until we finish the ritual. We can practice later on if you want to,
Why don't
like
you,
together.
practice with Soleil, not on loud rocks or something. Not on Soleil, like with Soleil. helping you.
Like Soleil just
Okay, I
sleeping
said
and she
I'd go
starts
back
punching.
down. Hang on. Oh no.
Oh,
I said
yeah.
I would go back down, so I go back down quickly after saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, Evelyn dipped as soon, and she was like, "Okay,
Yeah.
done, solved, heading down."
Okay, so I'm gonna check the skeleton if it like.
Suppose it
There
is
was
worth
anything.
saying that should combats occur during the period of your concentration of the spell, Evelyn, all regular rules of concentration apply.
Does
So,
the skeleton have anything with it, like some kind of like some horn or like something to like, if it found something to tell the others that it found something?
You don't see any horn of any sort. But you do get the impression that this might have been a scout. The way it was moving, the way it was looking around. Especially since you haven't really seen skeletons move around on their own a lot in the city.
Hugs, this might not have been the only one. We should position ourselves next.
We can go
the
hunting
entrance
for
to this place.
skeletons.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. Maybe we should wait until Evelyn did whatever she's gonna do. And she said something like just at the night, so it probably won't take much longer. And then we're out of here in an hour or two, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. Let's go where this one came from and watch the entrance to this place. This time I'm gonna hide behind one of the roots, the big ones, so I have enough cover.
Give me a stealth roll with advantage to see how well you hide.
That would be 28.
Mm-hmm.
Hux is just sitting in the middle of the road.
You're just okay. Hux is sitting on the road.
Hey, Hux!
Yeah.
Why are you not hiding? You can ambush them if they come here.
Okay.
Right, so Brett, I can definitely talk
25.
you through
Okay.
aspects of the ritual. I'm gonna need a little bit of time to do the actual ritual itself, and without much interruption.
Right. Like how much time do you... I mean, I know you've been reading the tome, and I can read some of it. May I see it? So as you walk me through this?
Sure. I love it. How many 5th level spells do you have?
Do I have?
Mm-hmm.
I have 2.
Okay. You should probably be able to read it without hurting yourself.
Oh. Uh-oh.
It's just got some innate sort of magic in it to keep people from reading it that wouldn't really understand it, but you know, I'm sure you're fine.
Right.
So she will hand... Do I have to say it? She will briefly hand him the manual.
How briefly?
Enough for him to start skimming it. Because I think I need to read it to start the ritual, correct? Probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a text passage on it.
So I'll at least need that to read that for the text passage. So she'll like hand it to him for him to start looking through, because I'm pretty sure she feels confident enough he won't get to how long the ritual takes in that time frame of him skimming it.
An investigation roll at disadvantage, friend.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's a nice 6.
So you begin reading through, you're sort of skimming, you already see how, impatient Evelyn is, eager to get the book back. You start seeing just numbers, a lot of numbers, and before you really put the numbers together with the words, Evelyn is already sort of pulling the book back
So
towards
I just need to at least start reading this one part, and then you can keep looking it over. I just need to read the actual ritual to start it, since our friends are waiting.
Will you be able to like talk to me during the ritual?
Oh, yeah, just need to mostly focus on the ritual. I'm assuming it's
like
similar
a
to a normal
concentration
concentration, correct, Beggar?
Yes.
Similar to like when you're trying
sure,
to maintain a spell. So she's going to take the ritual and say the ritual phrase to start the ritual before giving the book back to Rhett.
Yeah, having sort of formed a large circle of ash around the vessel, you begin the ritual. Evelyn begins the opening chant. As she speaks line after line, her voice grows a little bit more distorted at times, almost slightly muffled as she speaks. Even though she speaks clearly and openly in the room, you see dust stir on the cobble as a circular breeze begins to blow around the room, disturbing the dust that has settled, and what little ashes remain scattered around. The ashes that you've laid in a circle, however, remain completely undisturbed despite the apparent wind, and the ritual has begun.
And when she
You
doesn't need
finish
the
the
book
opening
anymore,
chant, and
she will pass it back to Rhett.
Got big things and little things. What kind of thing are you making? Does that matter how much time?
It doesn't really affect the spell. Something rather large, though. Thought it'd be interesting. It doesn't really change how much time is needed for the ritual, though, so that shouldn't cause any additional delay.
Okay. Let's see, where... I don't think you answered how much time. Does it say anything?
Oh, it's and she'll point out the page that it kind of breaks it all down onto. Right about there, it should explain it for you to be able to read it through. 36 hours.
96 out, wait. Oh,
No. 36. 36.
Yeah, well, he reads 96 first.
No. That's only if the materials weren't prepared. That's nothing like that.
Oh, you got it already. 36 out.
Yes.
Dang.
Just a bit of time. So, are we
But
done
you're
here?
gonna need to not be disturbed.
Right. Ideally, that would be perfect. We can always close the doors to this room and lock it
You
back up.
know, you made me that silver bar. This is actually a perfect time. I can make sure we're not disturbed at all.
Oh, perfect.
Well, okay. How much disturbing would are you okay with Huxley coming down? I can set up wards, is what I'm saying.
As long as nobody disturbs the ritual itself.
Just
Or
like
me.
basically within this circle of ashes, or
Right, and I can definitely talk. If someone hits me, I might burn everything in the world down. Is all I'm saying.
We'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Right, so as long as that's understood that I need to be undisturbed during this time frame, that I have to maintain concentration on this ritual, then that's I don't mind who's down here.
Best with time, but well, okay. Listen, we'll keep track of it too. And when you get to like really tired, I got some of that good. You know what I'm saying?
Wonderful.
All right. Let's see. I gotta set a password. What do you think the password should be?
You're just trying to think of a password?
Yeah, something that someone wouldn't guess. I don't know.
You could,
It's fine. We'll just use even fall. It's fine.
that works.
You know what? We don't have to set that to anybody down here, right?
I believe we did.
Oh, we did.
To the cleansers.
Oh, we gotta find a different one then.
You can use Elmort.
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 Elmort. Okay. Yep, I wouldn't have guessed that. That works. Yeah. I gotta hang on. So I'm gonna go upstairs and try to find Soleil and these two before I just ward them out and they try to come down and die.
Give me a perception roll.
We both rolled like 25 for stealth.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a solid 6.
You look outside. You do not see them.
Hello?
So you look down the hall.
Mm-hmm.
You think about for a moment where it might be. Presumably connecting to the chamber. It is odd though, as you threw that one torch down, you didn't hear anything. If it simply led into that chamber, you would have seen the torch down there. You definitely would have heard it land.
Not something I'm gonna investigate right now. I'm gonna poke my head in here and say hello, but I mean,
You peek inside the door and you see both of the frogs turn their heads towards you.
have you seen Soleil? recently? Thanks. I'm a sarcastic message. It radiates.
Do we notice him?
Soleil.
At some point you do hear Soleil. As if through message, as you've heard before from Red.
Yeah, what is it, Red?
So this ritual's like 36 hours.
It is what?
Yeah, well, apparently we're making a really big thing. But it'll definitely be awesome to ride on.
Okay, define really big and I'm in.
Like, based on the skull, like, I don't know, 40 feet tall? Okay, maybe 30 feet tall?
Oh, that sounds great.
The Red doesn't actually know, I mean...
What do you need us...
He's convinced it's you.
What do you need us to do?
We just gotta keep everything out of coming down there. So I'm gonna set up some wards in those 2 hallways down there. So before you, like, come down the stairs, you need to say the password. Both of you need to say it. El Mort. One word, El Mort.
El Mort. Okay.
El Mort, yeah. Otherwise you're gonna get, like, obliterated by poison. Or wind.
Okay.
That's about it.
Are you setting up poison wards?
Yeah, poison wards, wind wards.
Against
web,
skeletons?
All kinds of good stuff. Well, I mean, the wind will work against the skeletons. Poison will work against, like, living things.
Ah, I see. Preparing for all kinds of things.
Right.
Okay then.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back down here and start my 10 minutes of casting guards and wards.
Soleil's not gonna relay the time frame and stuff to Huxley, just the El Mort stuff, and is gonna say, also, do you know how to play dragon chess? I feel like it's a good time to teach you.
I know how to play dragon chess, yeah.
Okay, that's great then. Let's play a couple rounds. I have a board with me, actually.
Oh.
After about 2 minutes, it will become very clear that he does not know how to play.
Okay, yeah.
He will just move random pieces.
No, you can't just move the ferry there.
Why is... This is how I always played it.
I don't know who the teacher was, but he was terrible.
I taught myself.
Like I said, terrible. And yeah, Soleil's gonna try the impossible and teach Hux dragon chess.
How open is Huxley to learning dragon chess? You make a genuine effort? Do you just kind of learn
probably
it passively, or do you just not care?
probably a genuine effort at first, and then will become kind of bored. Pretty quickly, yeah.
So at the beginning you notice that you do find some interested ears as you begin teaching Huxley dragon chess. You make some pretty good progress until you get to strategies. Once you move past the simple movesets of each tile, you notice that Huxley's beginning to just tune out.
Okay, Hux, I don't feel like this is gonna lead us somewhere. But I have a really, really fun idea. And he takes out his notebook. What if you tell me the coolest things you wish to see on our new cocoon friend when it hatches, and I'm gonna try and put it into a drawing and we'll see how it looks.
Like... on its back?
Yeah. Like everywhere. Everything. I can use the power of imagination to create the perfect friend.
Oh, like how it will look.
Yeah, how you want it to look. What's the coolest way you want it to look, and I will try and draw it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna start like doing like super like many sketches and like yeah, just try different kinds of creatures and draw them into the notebook and like, oh, you know what, I think this would look cool, and then Soleil draws his own idea and like
Yeah.
just
Hux will ask
doing
for his
what-
own paper and pencil at some point and do some scribbles.
yeah, just trying to get like the time to flow by.
So as the hours pass, what does everyone do?
So the 10 minutes of casting guards on ward. It's
Mhm.
actually going to be like under, if you wouldn't mind sliding this map go that way.
Oh.
Okay, if it matters, I can describe where everything goes.
Yeah, go in.
Okay. So it's a 50-foot. Is this to scale? It looks to scale.
Somewhat-ish, I believe.
Yeah. So it's basically just this room and a little bit into the corridors.
Mm-hmm.
So this stair is filled with fog. In this room, centered here and here, are two stinking clouds.
Mm-hmm.
There's, like, at the top of the stair, a magic mouth that says, "Password
Okay.
or death." Just like as a warning to anyone that comes in.
Yeah.
Once they step like into this corridor, there's a gust of wind that pushes them back into the room. If someone were trying to go into the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
And on this corridor, here there's a suggestion telling them to turn back.
Oh,
A
fancy.
suggestion. Okay.
And I believe that they would have to roll a 50-50 to even know if they're going the right way trying to go through a door based on the spell, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And yeah, that's it. And then he's gonna come back in. Alright, I'll ward it up. Should have plenty of notice if something's coming down.
Wonderful. That's good work with that.
I can read some more through this manual if you like.
That's a
How's
wild
that
spell.
Isn't
It's
it?
really dope.
Okay. Yeah, your guards and wands are up. And you begin to while away the hours.
Brett's gonna like walk through some of this and then some of like the two songs that he had to try to like compare like the Song of Life and the Song of Death and do a little necromantic understanding. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You begin reading through the various formula, the sort of chants and incantation near the end of the Necrotech manual. Just trying to sort of build an understanding of what sort of noise may cause what. And yeah, you can spend pretty much 24 hours like that.
Evelyn will every now and then kind of, since Rhett had asked if he was looking at the manual, like insert little commentary towards like, oh, it's talking about this and this is why it's using this, kind of breaking down general arcane sort of knowledge that she's aware of to kind of interpret it into terms for him. Since
Brett
she's already gone
eventually,
through it.
puts together one of these skeletons to the best of his ability using, mending. Because he's got mending.
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay,
sort of
yeah.
arrange the skeleton in place, but as you cast mending, it doesn't really make the bones stick together.
Makes a little concrete out of bone dust and water. I mean, he's doing
About
stuff, experimenting.
12 hours. Soleil, what would you be doing at this point?
Being bored to hell. Being bored to hell.
Mm-hmm. Can you roll me a perception roll?
Mm-hmm. Natural 1. Because I'm still drawing in my sketchbook. Not paying attention at all right now after 12 hours.
Huxley, was this your passive perception?
16.
Okay. About 13 hours or so have passed at this point, and you notice something as you look around Huxley. You notice this thin sort of plume of smoke from the bone mill, just streaming out of one of the windows, probably higher up in the building.
I think they're setting the house on fire.
What do you mean fire? Oh my god! What's that? And Soleil immediately runs over because he's worried about the frogs.
You throw the door open, looking inside, and you see grabbed to Kara's back a large skull, streaming smoke from its eyes.
It's a letter.
I definitely try to put it down from
Yeah, you grab
a
the
frog
skull out of
friend
its hand.
because I don't want them to get hurt from it.
And as you touch the skull, as you take it, you see the smoke begin to condense. And from the smoke, the form of Vidar formed. Ah, Soleil. Where is Evelyn?
She's in the middle of this super long ritual, necrotech thing.
She is building a necrotech in the city.
Yeah.
Is that all the progress you've made in the city?
Yeah, I mean... Yeah,
We killed a lot of skeletons.
we found out all about necrotech and stuff.
Well, good. A necrotech will be a great boon towards your travels. Use the construct. Make the most of it. After you're done, take the most direct route. If that is all, I will contact you again in a few days.
Okay, sounds good.
There's one last puff of smoke from the eyes of the skull, and then the stream ends. And the smoke that is left just begins to sort of dissipate into the air.
Hope no one noticed the smoke.
How did he do that?
Talking through the skull?
Well, he manifests it, right? Like a.
The smoke sort of took his shape and form, but he never really fully manifested.
He made the smoke look like him. And talked.
I mean, nothing surprises me with Vidar anymore.
Yeah, he's really spooky.
Let's go back to our post and keep an eye out. See if the smoke somehow brought in more skeletons.
That'd be exciting. Come on, skeletons! We're not scared of you!
Don't you dare scream that!
I honestly screamed.
Another 7 or so hours pass, and everyone is starting to feel tired. Evelyn, you are also beginning to feel tired, but you haven't hit the 24-hour mark here.
Mm-hmm.
You would need to make a save to stay awake.
Okay.
You're just slowly getting there.
Understood.
So I think I get the general concepts, but man, it's difficult with a long dead body thing. I feel like it'd be easy with someone who was just alive to like help them come back.
Probably is. There's a lot less.
My understanding is that if you have more of the essence of the being still present, any conjuration or spell performed would then be easier said than done. The more time that goes by, the far more difficult it becomes, if not impossible.
Yeah. Alright, well, this has
Base
been
level.
helpful. Appreciate you taking the time. Not that you had a choice, but
Gave me something to do while I'm sitting here.
I should probably see to dinner for the others. Oh. Do you need to pick me up now, or should I come back like after dinner?
Still doing alright.
So we'll go through the like making some food, whatever type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. You prepare some of the rations and some of the water, noticing that your water is getting a little bit low.
Concerningly so. Seen any in the city.
Can
so
always
you
drink
two gonna-
Hux's water.
We can, that's true. Are you two gonna stay up here for the night, or? I mean, it's much safer downstairs at this point.
Safer, yes, but if we stay up here, you can see it. If there's something coming, we know a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, well, I'll take dinner down to Evelyn. I think I'll stay down there. Just remember the password if you do come down to get us.
Maybe you should do some
Was
scouting around.
Elspeth, right? Or something like that.
Elmort.
Elmort. Sure. Like I said.
Yeah, It'll be obvious if it doesn't work, because you'll get trapped by webs, which is the least painful thing that'll happen. So just turn around if you get trapped.
Alrighty.
Don't push through them. Seriously.
Alright.
Yeah, you go back down, you have the food, and a couple more hours pass until you really feel like you need to go to bed. You're sort of reaching the point where you would have to make it safe to stay awake. I almost said alive. I'm sorry. Make it safe
I
to
see
stay
how
alive.
this goes.
So,
Okay. Plan has been
I'm
leaked.
kind of like smacking her cheeks just a little bit to keep her awake.
I don't know how this works because you don't technically have exhaustion. But, like, I want to offer greater restoration. Because it'll just remove that.
But after 24 hours, I will have a level of exhaustion, correct?
Yeah, when she skips
Yeah.
the long rest, essentially, she will receive a level of exhaustion.
You're probably better off holding off on that then.
So I can give you, like, enhanceability constitution for a little bit, but
Sure. Is that constitution checks or saves?
it's checks, though.
Yeah, I mean, it might help. I'm not sure.
It is
Right.
going to be a save.
Yeah, it'll be safe.
And if it's not a, an hour or so longer type of spell, it would likely not have
Yeah, I figured.
an effect. So it's not like one moment of you being in trouble or falling asleep, it's more like a longer thing of you staying awake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can give you an inspiration, but it's 10 minutes. It's the same type of thing.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm
Can hold out. I've stayed awake for longer than this before.
not that long ago.
I was exploding every time I fell asleep. So
Very true.
Huxley Soleil, where are you going to rest?
Do we camp out here to make sure? Or
Yeah.
but how are we gonna keep watch if you're both asleep?
I mean, the good thing is we can just start like switching watchers basically. Like
Yeah, the
4
first
hours
4
you,
hours of
4
your
hours
long
me.
rest, you could cover each other with your long rest. Yeah, your watches. Your 2
Yeah.
hours of light activity.
Mm-hmm. And then the second 4 hours?
You would likely be asleep.
That's my...
So how do you do this?
Isn't it possible, like, we have 24 hours to go, so, like, can't we just, like, even if we only sleep for 4 hours, and then the other one, and then the other one can sleep for 4 hours, and the other one, basically not endless sleep, like, but if we are still tired, we can just, like, get in another couple of hours of sleep, because we have all the time in the world.
Oh, just like take 10 hours to do a long rest.
Yeah, basically. Like,
I would say you can. It'll extend how long you will need to do that then, the long rest. And if it's interrupted at any point, you do not get the long rest.
it's fine. If there are 2 hours in between we don't have a watch, it's gonna be fine, right?
I mean, or we can just, like, one of us takes 8-hour rest and the other one stays up and then takes an 8-hour rest.
All
Once-
that, yeah.
The first person is going.
That is an option.
Yeah, let's just do that.
So worst
And
case,
at least-
you'd end up having just one person without the rest.
Yeah.
Okay. So who gets to sleep?
Soleil's already walking towards the frogs. It's just going to sleep inside. Okay, Huck, see you later.
Okay.
Then Soleil and Red, you both get a long rest. Evelyn and Huxley, would you please make me a Constitution save?
Beggar.
Mhm.
This is more flavor, but to attempt to keep herself awake and give her something to focus on, she is going to spend her hours quietly trying to keep her voice low enough to not interrupt Rhett. But
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's gonna be up here.
okay, then not as worried about it. Just talking to Kieran about Elmort. And what happened, and kind of rehashing all of that all over again.
Mm-hmm.
As a way to keep her awake, because she can't normally sleep after that. Let's see. Not great. That was a 15.
I got a dirty 20.
A 15 is enough. As you sort of have a bit of a trouble maintaining full concentration, but as you talk through the hours, you manage to stay awake and you do not fall asleep. Same as you, Huxley. Both of you, however, do take a level of exhaustion. And then both Soleil and Red awaken.
So, like, about the time I awaken is about when the 24-hour period is technically up.
Mm-hmm. At this point, I believe also guards and wands would stand to this way.
It would, yep. Well, yeah, it depends, but yeah, that's fine. Have a little pick me up.
That would be wonderful. Yep.
Great. And I get a little diamond dust. Inhale deeply. That's how it works.
You inhale the diamond dust. It almost feels a little bit too coarse. You are close to sneezing almost. And you cast Greater Restoration.
Yeah.
At which point the level of exhaustion is removed. And you feel relatively good. You're still a little bit tired, but for the most part, sort of just having stayed awake through this period, you are starting to get this sort of second wind. They'll likely last until the next night.
I'm gonna go set up the wards again and check out others. I will set them up the same way with 10 minutes and then go upstairs.
Soleil, as you wake, would you immediately relieve Huxley, or?
Yeah, definitely. I would
Okay.
switch with them and then... So I can finally go to sleep.
Huxley probably would have spent her watch like kind of walking around the whole graveyard and just exploring a little bit. And
Okay.
maybe also hitting a few more graves.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'm so tired.
Do you stay outside to sleep, or do you move into the hut?
I'll probably
From
move
there it takes-
inside and sleep with the frogs.
Okay.
Just immediately collapse once I'm inside, like right in front of the door.
You basically close the door behind you and then just flop over. And time passes. Red, you finish setting up. You wander up to the entrance and see Soleil where he was last, hiding behind the bushes. You do not see Hux.
I'll just go to sleigh, that's fine. Quiet night.
So far, yes, I just woke up
Oh,
and
okay.
switched with Hugs. Looked real tired.
Yeah, sure. Well, only like 12-ish hours to go, right? Or something.
How's it going down there so far?
Seems fine. I learned some stuff about necromancy.
Okay.
I don't think it's actually evil. Well, okay, torturing whatever. I mean,
You need
Yeah,
blood
that's
and
probably
how to get this amount of bones? Like, if you don't
Well,
have
okay,
a bone mill
yes.
nearby by accident,
right.
like how will someone like Vidar make use of this? Like,
Yeah, I don't know if that would be a good thing to pass on to him. I don't think it's a problem because like everything was already here for us.
oh yeah, by the way, Vidar messaged us. He talked through the skull again. But he was just like, yeah, we should use the necro tech to our advantage. Yeah, yada yada yada. He's gonna call back in a couple days. Something like that.
That's fine. Doesn't sound like anything too new or interesting.
Oh, I don't even know why he called actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure about passing this manual off to him, to be quite honest.
I am 100% sure that's not a good idea.
Okay. Great. Well, we'll talk to Evelyn about it.
She's gonna be like, oh, Mr. Vidar, please take it. Take
I
everything.
don't think so. She doesn't share everything with him.
No, she wouldn't. But then he says, well, I have an idea about immortality. Okay, what can I give you?
Yeah.
Gonna be like this. Like there is like she is a smart person, but in this way she's probably easily manipulatable.
You're probably right.
But oh well. We'll see when it happens.
We'll see if it comes up.
Yeah.
I'll warn her about it though. He does seem really interested in it.
He does. He said it would be very important for our journey, but I feel like he also wants to get his hands on it himself.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it and whatnot.
Yeah.
I guess I might as well hang out up here with you for a bit, if that's all right.
Sure. I would love it. It's super boring up here.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, I finally have someone for this, and he pulls out his dragon chest set.
All right. What, you want to wager something? Is that like a bet?
What would you have in mind?
If I win, you have to draw me a picture of myself looking glorious as I do. If you win, I have to write you a poem about yourself being glorious as you do.
Oh. Can I change that a little bit?
Sure.
Can you write a poem about Lorana instead? And give it to me afterwards.
Uh-huh. Which?
The real one, not the frog one.
Okay, well, you know, see, this is why I say you could have had a song about... anyway, let's play.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, both of you roll me opposing d20s. You play a couple of rounds, or is this like a one-round bet?
Best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3, sure. Well, first one's a 4.
Roll a
They
10.
wins.
An 8, so you already win.
The second one is like really close game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even though you put up a good effort, it seems like Selene is more experience in this game and ends up winning the second round. Point probably about an hour has passed.
I guess Red gets to work, starting work on a poem.
Okay.
I don't have anything prepared, but
I assume you wait up here.
yeah.
Then would
I
Selene and
guess-
Red, would both of you please make me a perception roll?
Sure. I guess Red asks Slay more details like about piranhas,
Yeah.
this or that.
13.
Hive.
And yeah, he's gonna give Red all the information he knows, like what she likes to do and like the color of her hair and her eyes and like everything he knows about her basically.
As you're talking amongst each other, you notice it's almost a little bit late. You hear faintly this.
Do you hear that?
Something is already pretty close. Coming from the same direction. The skeleton cave.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Let's take a look, and I'm gonna peek around
Mm-hmm.
the
Give me a
root.
stealth check.
I can also make one because I was like sitting up on that gravestone kind of, so I slide down. Just gonna like find this blue.
Selene?
It's a glorious natural 1.
Mine was a 29.
How many natural ones have you
Jeez.
rolled this
I
session?
don't know. Not enough, it seems. I also rolled a natural 20 when I had to roll for my own intelligence.
You notice almost a little bit too late as you peek around the corner. Almost right next to you. You see multiple skeletons sort of pulling their legs along the moss and earth. One of them sort of hobbling along the cobblestone. And behind them you see a rider wandering along the cobblestone. All 4 of them seem to be headed somewhere this direction.
Do I have an action?
You do.
Do I hear Soleil make a loud noise?
Soleil sort of fell over. You hear this, it's still buffeted by the ground. And Soleil doesn't really make a loud noise. However, Soleil does not get an action.
So like as you hit the ground with a thump or whatever it is. Wait, well, do I see the same thing? Can I see
You
the
do.
same thing? You become invisible. As I cast greater invisibility.
Okay. They keep moving past you. They don't seem to spot you. Right. As they reach field, they begin to sort of spread out. Investigating the rubble, looking a little bit more closely at everything than the one lone skeleton did before. Until they find the remains of the skeleton you dispatched before. And seem to collect around it.
Whenever the next round was, I messaged Soleil. You're invisible, just take him out. Because it's only a minute, so...
Okay.
Soleil, or both of you, you fought one of these rhinos before in the Necromory. In a meta sense, you would know that they're quite tough and fast. And that they have about 100 HP, roughly.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna go for the
Okay
big
with
one.
me?
For the big one first. So it can't run away and alarm the others.
Okay. You can freely move up to them. They have not noticed you.
Okay.
So... If that's Soleil's, like, turn...
What was that?
I don't know if that actually work. Blah, 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 blah. Rat wanted to sneak a little closer as well.
Give me a stealth check, please.
29.
Yeah, you keep out of sight, moving closer. Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
what happens?
I would sneak as close as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go and surprise attack the horse guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attacks. You get advantage from it being a surprise attack.
for this one, because it seems important, I will immediately action surge. Oh no, do I? Do I want to action surge? Yes. So 16 hit.
A 16 does not hit.
Okay, and this does not hit. This not yet. I roll advantage for those. The other. So 20 does hit, right?
Yes.
Okay, and these 3. 17, does that hit?
That just hits. That's its AC.
Okay, then it's an all hit. That's good. Let me look real quick. Okay, and I'm also gonna add a distracting strike. Cause why not? With my superiority dice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me order everything real quick. Try and pick up all the dice. Why does it not work? There we go. It's not all of them yet. And the superiority die. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Do see 1 double, 2 doubles. So it's 2 additional die. First I roll for the green dice. Okay, not a triple. And then for the grey ones. Oh, that is another bonus die.
It's a triple.
It is a triple. I don't even have a die for another. I'll just grab a random. Okay, that was a good roll. Okay. Let me see. This is a lot of damage, by the way.
65 plus whatever you.
Yeah, plus 7 times 6, which is 42, which is like 107
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, that's enough.
And it's also a distracting strike, but it doesn't matter probably. Okay.
Huxley,
Yes.
could you give me a Constitution save?
Yep. Uh, 11.
You are really tired. But outside you hear this whoopish, whoopish, just barrage of whip strikes suddenly that resound quite loudly in the air. And well, for the moment you are awake. And you are faced with the choice of either going back to sleep immediately, continuing your long rest, or getting up.
I will probably go outside. At least, like, peek my head out the door to see what's going on.
You see a collection of skeletons suddenly around the graveyard, as well as a pile of bones as Soleil blasts this water into pieces.
That's not fair. Why do they show up now?
Still enough left.
To be fair, you don't see either Rhett or Soleil.
Oh yeah. Is Soleil still invisible? Was it like the
Yeah.
greater
Yeah,
invisibility? Okay.
Oh yeah, true. You don't see Soleil,
And
but
Rhett's
you
hiding.
see this sort of you just kind of see the rider, I guess, explode from seemingly nothing.
I mean, I've seen Chalet be invisible like before, I guess.
You
I know
heard the
they're
whip.
outside.
You know that even if he's around the corner,
Yeah.
probably fighting.
He's either really fast or invisible. I guess I'll pick up my axe and like charge.
Okay, so
I
Huxley,
don't-
Soleil, Red, would you please roll me initiative?
Wow, that is the worst 9 I've ever drawn in my life.
Okay. Soleil, you immediately go again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm close by anyway, so might as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the one furthest away and attack it with invisibility.
You roll again with advantage, yeah.
$14 does not hit, I guess.
That does hit.
Oh, okay, then all hit already.
Those do be hidden.
Guess I'm gonna do another superiority die. No double.
But
And
already I can see
50,
it is enough.
55 damage.
And another one dies. Do you have anything left on your turn?
Don't even know if I have some movement left. I guess I would move as far as I can to the next one if I have
Yeah,
something
you-
left.
I mean, starting here, you definitely have
Yeah,
something
I
left.
would just go to this one.
Okay. Huxley.
Run off. I guess to this guy and attack.
Mhm.
Reckless. Really? Dirty 20.
Yeah, that'll hit for sure.
For 27.
And another one is down. Leaving only one. Do you have anything left on your turn?
No.
Then you see the last skeleton immediately begin to bolt. Soleil, you have an attack of opportunity.
It's a 23.
That'll hit.
It's at least a double, I guess.
It is a double. It's a shame though, if you got another one, it would just add one, right?
Yeah.
And then whatever is the last.
Plus 6, so that's 13.
Yep, that is exactly enough as the skeleton runs. You sort of swipe its length, and as it clatters to the ground, it falls apart.
As Red steps out with his rapier, ready to. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
right.
Didn't need this distance measurement at all. Yeah. And again, all of
We
them
should
are
probably
dispatched.
clean these up this time. They seem to know something's up.
Maybe bring them to the bone mill.
Yeah.
Okay, let's gather some bones then.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll break, like, there were like still some empty sacks that Evelyn emptied, right? So we can use those and like put in the bones and carry them over here.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So I think we're going to spend some time cleaning up and grinding some bones
Mm-hmm.
to cover up.
Huxley immediately
Assassination.
fell asleep next to this gravestone.
We don't grind Huxley.
Thank you.
But if they
You
come
clean
back and
up
check that
Huxley.
same spot, they will find Huxley. So we will have to carry. I will carry Huxley inside,
Mm-hmm.
not into
At
the
this
bone
point,
mill.
Huxley would essentially be restarting the long rest.
Mm.
And we'll leave you out for about 6 hours. During which time, I'm guessing you guys clean up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Evelyn, do you do anything during the next 6 or so hours?
Evelyn is just doing her best to stay awake. Probably slightly vaguely delusional in that like overly tired way, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And just still just kind of sitting there with like Kieran in her lap, kind of watching staring down into like the bone pit and absently kind of talking in a way I kind of still just rambling to Kieran thoughts and just sort of this running kind of trail of consciousness. A lot of it focused kind of around Elmort to keep her awake and
Mhm.
not wanting to sleep.
6 more hours pass. Huxley awakens. And at this point, there are only 4 hours left in the ritual. Is there anything in particular you'd do? You've managed to clean up the bones of the scouts that had arrived.
Once Huxley's awake to hang out up here, I guess Rat will go back
Okay.
down.
You head back down.
Yeah,
Slay, Huxley, do you guys
when
do
he
anything?
leaves, like Slay just tells him, and remember, she has auburn hair. I would like you to like say that in the poem, and like in the song, and like somehow fit that in there. I feel like that's important. Okay, go to Evelyn and check on her.
Can Rat make an inside check after all this at some point, just to see how much Soleil is madly in love with this woman?
What? Don't know what you're talking about.
There's just a lot of very specific details.
Sure, roll me insight. Saleh, you may roll persuasion or deception. You don't need to say which.
Oh, it's a natural
You
one. then.
just need to... you rolled a natural one.
She's a really good friend.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand.
yeah, they're probably just friends, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
The,
I mean,
yeah, the
they've
thing
worked
is, I
together
wouldn't
for a
have
long
known
time,
what to roll
obviously,
for
but-
Soleil because I feel like Soleil is actually not
In the know.
aware.
It's more so whether or not you would be aware, in which case it would be persuasion, or if at all you are trying to just be stone-faced while talking.
Okay.
Sort of not showing really any expression.
Yeah.
But yeah, natural one. You don't really pick up on the truth of whether or not Soleil knows anything about it, really. How he feels. They're probably just friends, to be honest.
He's an artist. He probably just picks up on details.
Yeah.
It's fine.
He's probably drawn her at some point. That's why he knows like all the details.
I mean, he'd have to know what she looks like. He was a bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Home stretch.
And the last 4 hours passed. After 36 long hours, Evelyn begins the closing chant. Her voice a little more hoarse than it was the day before.
Before the closing, can I talk to Evelyn about naming it before it's formed?
Sure.
Oh gosh.
So what are you
You've
thinking?
probably heard in the midst of walking around down here her saying some very strange things. As like she's just kind of rambling and just continuing to speak to keep herself awake. A lot of talking to Kieran about his father, and kind of statements like that. Like she's talking to Kieran and saying things like, "Your father would love it if you could see this," and things like that. But you ask about a name, and
Yeah.
Right, does it have to have a name?
Yes. Otherwise, it would be named Holly or Lorana
Right,
or something.
Oh, no, not that again.
Exactly. Better if you name it now, is what I'm saying. My thought, if you want a suggestion,
Please,
was something like Vint or something after Vintius, you know?
that
Give
works.
them a little credit.
Yeah, sure, Vint is fine.
Just, it's gotta come from you and be, like, official.
Yeah, I'll, name it Vint.
Holly it
Are
is.
you... Are you feeling okay at this point? It seems like you're kind of...
Tired. But the timer in her little head goes off of like keen mind being like, it is time to finish the ritual. We'll talk about this later. And she kind of refocuses her very quickly mind on like finish ritual.
Yeah, fair enough.
The wind begins to slow down as you speak the last words of the chant, as they reverberate in the hall and the spell ends. For a long moment there is silence. Nothing moves, nothing speaks. The only faint noise comes from Evelyn's exhausted breathing, until a clattering starts cascading around the central pit. The mass of bones moves, suddenly rearing up like a fountain of bones, forming a scaffold of bones along which the soft white dust begins to flow, carrying into place the frame, the skull, the bones. Within a minute, the form of the necrotech is complete. Standing still, looming over the now largely empty pit. Evelyn, would you please roll me a 1d6? On a 1 to 2, you may never cast from this book again.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. I need to pre-roll my dice to figure out who is not playing this game. One moment.
3.
It is a 3.
You remain in control. You have, theoretically, the ability to pass from the book again. The
Right.
necrotech is now under your and your allies' control, Evelyn. This would matter if there were multiple, but each one of you may only control one necrotech at one time. The necrotech follows your verbal commands, which may be issued each turn as a bonus action, and the necrotech moves on its own turn immediately after the turn of the player controlling it.
Okay.
And just as you finish, Soleil, you hear something.
Okay.
Still far off in the distance. You hear it pretty loudly. You hear this sort of clattering sound of many armored footsteps.
This is bad. I'm gonna run and search for Red.
Right. So, then.
Do you say the password before running down the stairs?
I do.
Do you remember that? No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Elmord.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Vince,
run down the
this
stairs.
is Red, Vint.
Passing all of the various wards in place, and the
Look at
door
what you
swings
get
open.
to see.
You see in the middle just standing this gargantuan construct. This giant of bones.
Holy, what the... Look.
Ah,
We...
Slay. Meet Vint.
Hi, Holly. Wind. There is... there are a lot of footsteps coming towards here. Like, I feel like a lot. We should move.
Is there an easy way to get Vint? Like, can he fit through the hallways that we came through?
Well, now that you're looking up, you do see on the ceiling a circular hole.
Ah. Can Vint reach the ceiling?
Easily.
Right. Anything that looks like, is it just like a closed or is it open?
Well, even though it seems like it would connect to the surface, the other side of the hole, you see nothing but darkness.
Right, let me see if I can't, Vint, and I'll just fly up there and see if I can't get a look at what's going on up there. Just fly up.
So, Soleil, you could just, like, let them come down here.
Why?
I mean, they probably can't get through many of the wards. I guess we should take care of Lorana, Karen.
We should also protect our friend up there who's still asleep.
Where is she still asleep?
Yeah.
Huxley's awake at this point.
Oh, okay.
I was saying, yeah, have Huxley come down here.
Then, of course, I would have told Huxley before I just bolted away that
Yeah. Would you have asked
Something's
to, or
coming.
told Hugs to come with you, or wait upstairs?
yeah, then he would have told Hux to come with him.
Evelyn flying up to inspect the...
Roll me an
Hole
investigation check. Huxley, as you would step outside, you may also roll me a perception roll.
17?
As you look closely inside the hole, you see that it's not just the darkness of distance that you see. There seems to be a sheen of darkness somewhere in the middle of this hole. It appears almost like a very thick cloud of darkness. Not really solid. Almost as if you could pierce through.
How easy does it look to theoretically climb this hole? Like, sorry, specific for Vint.
Yeah. For Vint, relatively easy.
Okay.
It's similar to the basin where the bones were. It's these circular rings of slabs. So there is perches in between them, but they are pretty far apart. If a person were to climb it, it'd be kind of hard to reach.
But for Vint, he'd be able to.
Yeah, it would not be a problem.
Evelyn will fly back down.
Seems like they want to. Soleil, you want to go up still, right?
I mean, if you want to wait here to see if they maybe not come down here, then sure.
Yeah, it seems really safe, but maybe we want to test this out. I don't know.
You're positive that we can climb up the hole to leave? A little tricky, but at least Vint should be able to get out that way.
Alright, you want me to cast Fly on him?
Oh, I mean, that would work as well. But if you want to wait to see if they start moving down here, then we could always wait and see if they do before leaving. If we think that they were already close by, or just leave now.
Well, if you can get him out, I guess we might as well leave now and see if we can't protect the frogs at least.
Right, the frogs.
She will fly back up, and she's going to try and at first move herself through the cloud to see if she can get through. And presumably, if that's not an issue, telling.
As you fly through the cloud, would you mind making me a strength save?
Oh. Wow. It's a 19. I don't have a disadvantage. Yeah, I don't have a disadvantage.
Immediately as you hit this cloud of darkness, you feel yourself slowing down, as if you've hit this viscous liquid. Almost like moving through a sort of gelatinous substance. You just push and come out the other side. Below you now is this smoky sheen of darkness as you fly out the hole at the top.
I don't want to fly fully out yet, but at least up towards the top. Can I see anyone around?
At the moment, no, but you hear the noise of a lot of armored footsteps. It doesn't even particularly sound like, you know, the clattering of undead bone feet. It sounds more like a regular, just armored army somewhere close by.
Then how close does the necrotech have to be to give it commands?
It's verbal. So it's not telepathic.
So it has to be able to
If it
hear
can
you.
hear you, it will follow your command.
Okay, then I'll drop back down and at least see if I can call down through
the fog. Right, you guys can come up quickly.
Do you try to
Alright.
fall down through the fog?
No, I call down
Oh, you fall down.
through
Okay.
the fog to see if they can
Yeah.
hear me.
You hear Evelyn call down.
If you can hear me, just let me know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
then
Alright.
just
Everybody on the thing.
jump on Vint.
Yeah.
I will gladly climb up in.
With Wind still being sort of in this hole, you have no trouble just sort of jumping on to his shoulders.
And then I'll call down Vint, climb up.
And the rest of you see Wind just sort of reach up with its arms, push itself out of the hole, stand wide, reach up again, grab onto the sides of the hole and push forward. For you, what you see, Evelyn, is sort of just these giant skeletal hands reaching through the darkness. First
Nightmare
you
fuel.
see sort of the skull appear out of it, and Wind climbs up and out of the hole.
Right, you want to grab the frogs?
Yeah, let's bounce this time. I don't need to fight anything more.
You're about 50, 60 feet high almost, standing.
Mm-hmm.
You see them in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of fanfares between them even. You see this just row of armored soldiers slowly moving towards your location.
Do I recognize any of like the armor or anything? To anything
You
I've seen
had
before?
seen one or two of these before amongst these patrols of undead that you'd encountered in the street. They're definitely part of whatever undead force is present in the area.
Okay.
Right, we move quickly. There's a lot of them.
Sure. See what this thing can do.
Who's getting the frogs?
I was going to get the frog. It's like, can you help with your frog?
Roll the animal handling checks. Whoever's getting the frogs.
Okay, Soleil is gonna jump down and also get the frogs. Like, each taking one. Animal handling. Can I? Let me
11.
see what the. Can I cast animal friendship beforehand, like to help me, basically?
I believe, if you would cast animal friendship, she would just follow.
Or basically just, or speak with animals rather, to just like, hey, come, let's be.
Speak with animals, you would definitely get advantage.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. I can do both. It's the ring. It's not costing me anything, so. The animal.
Is that just free?
I mean, it has charges, but yeah,
Right.
they
Yeah,
refill,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
it's
you
free.
Can use both. If you use both, you auto succeed.
Yeah.
essentially.
I will use both. It has a couple charges.
Okay. You manage to, tell them to go outside. Immediately as they step outside and see this bone colossus, you see them hesitate.
It's fine.
and
It's a
stop in their
friend.
tracks.
I think if Evelyn sees them with the frogs, she'll go move to sit on top of Vint's shoulder and start directing him to leave the city.
Mm-hmm.
Look, these huge, giant skeleton zombies actually our friend. So, please calm down and just let's go.
As the giant begins walking, especially walking sort of the opposite direction, walking past them, not paying them any mind, they seem to relax, and soon enough, you manage to leave. Even as you finally leave this foggy, musty area of the city, you are still outside in the distance, greeted only by more darkness, as it has been around you for days on end, laying throughout these. Already on the outskirts, it doesn't take you long to reach the outer edges of Vintius. And slightly elated, you head through one of the many gates, or in the case of the Bone Colossus, over one of the many gates, leading in and out of the city. Finally, you are ready to move on. You are done with the city. Unless you are heading back somewhere.
You know, I'll just go walk around for a bit and wander.
Then
Let's go to the goblins
say
and let
we
them
take
experience some Attack on Titan shit.
Oh no. Let's take a 10 to 15 minute break, because I really gotta go pee.
Okay.
Shall we,
Sure.
continue this? For a little way do you go?
Back in the morning? Just, oh, that map. There you go.
You still have about 12 hours left in the day to travel.
Like north. North?
Straight north?
Where the... Do I know where the entrance to the magma caves is? Or lava caves?
Pretty much eastish.
Right. So then I guess east.
So east, northeast sort of.
Yeah, northeast.
Okay.
Evelyn is just going to continue to ride on Vince's shoulders for the majority of this trip today, because she's just tired.
Yeah. Heading east, the enormous vines that were visible inside Vintius, breaking through the ground and buildings, continue on their path, offering you an easier road than most to follow. As little vegetation grows left in their wake, the rest of the day passes, with you weaving along the shadows of these great vines, avoiding the patches of bramble thicket that stretch throughout the cave here. Slowly, as you travel, the air and even the ground begins to grow warmer.
Any chance we can keep an eye out? I mean, I know it wasn't much, but an eye out for water?
Yeah. Give me whoever would be taking the lead on this one, give me a survival check.
Probably me?
Probably. Evelyn will mention it, but she's not going to do the work for it.
That's a 25.
Okay. Along the way, even though the water begins to grow sparser, these great lakes you used to from the swamp way further up north become more shallow puddles. The water is also a very dark, murky green. But collecting water, choosing your place of rest close to one of these shallow lakes, you would be able to at least collect some of the water and boil it if you were to light a campfire to make some of it potable.
Yeah, we could do that.
Sounds good.
Okay. Then please roll me another survival check with a disadvantage as you are looking for a good place to rest that is also near one of these lakes.
15.
Okay. You don't find a perfectly sheltered spot, but with the Colossus at your back, you're also feeling a lot less worried about finding. Eventually you come to the edge of this small-ish lake. A shallow lake that is filled with murky green water and a lot of algae. You take some of the water and you put it on a fire. I'm guessing you use your rations as well as use your water, your clean water for the night.
Yeah.
And you take one supplies for the fire as well. Can you roll me 2d4?
Who?
Anyone, really.
Mm.
For the group.
You said 2d4?
Yes.
Got it?
I rolled 6.
Okay. You managed to boil quite a bit of water, ending up with only a few portions that, even after boiling, seem to remain unpotable, making out with 4 rations of water. Refilling some of what you've lost. And you settle in for a long rest. Does anyone keep watch?
Evelyn will stay up for first watch.
Does this thing sleep?
Mm-mm.
It does not. It does not eat, drink, nor sleep.
Nah, we're good.
Okay?
Evelyn's still going
Riding
to stay up
a wave
for
of
first
confidence.
watch, but spending time to outline some instructions of what the necrotech is keeping an eye out for.
Mm-hmm. So you basically commanded to keep watch for the rest of the night. As it cannot speak, what do you tell it to do to wake you?
We in our tent, like, did we set up tents, or?
Since
Are we
you're
just-
setting up a campfire, you are using one supply anyway. So you could set up tents without any extra cost.
I'm assuming just have it, Evelyn will just tell it to, alert her by, like, gently, like tapping, like tapping on her or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But she's
Okay,
avoiding
so
going to sleep.
please roll me a perception roll for the night.
Mhm. 16, I think. Its passive perception is higher, but an active perception is a 16.
You spend 2 hours sort of instructing your Colossus for the night and watching around on its shoulders. Not much happened. In the distance, you occasionally see a slight bit of movement. You hear a faint rustling, but with the fire amidst the camp, as well as the Colossus looming over it, your watch is undisturbed. And eventually you settle in for your long rest. Without getting woken by your Colossus, you awaken the next morning. Without noticing so much of a jump, the air has grown relatively dry and hot, not unlike the late summers in Antarctica or anywhere further south. And your longing for water, though it doesn't increase your consumption, grows slightly as your throat and lips begin to feel hollow.
Can I roll to see if I got any rest? Just based on the way that she was keeping herself awake. And
Sure. If your character wants struggle to sleep, go ahead.
I don't think she got a... Well, would that just be like a con, you think?
I'd say probably a con save of 15.
She did not.
Okay. You gain a level of exhaustion. As you fail to get a good night's rest. Which direction would you be heading during this day's travel?
To Huxley on where we're supposed to be heading next.
Continue east or northeast.
As you begin to travel through ever warmer growing environments, the flora around you seems to reflect how warm you feel. The soft moss previously covering every surface, lending a distinct green hue to the entire cave, grows sparse, remaining only in nests and cradles along similarly sparse growing trees. The moss that you do see grows somewhat shriveled, hard and brown tinged in color. The bushes and trees become more gnarled and rough, like desert trees. They carry along their branches little more than thorns and occasional tufts of dried leaf. Late, as you still marvel at the sudden change in atmosphere and vegetation, you are faced with a bit of a choice. As the cave wall rises ahead of you, you have to head either north, east, or southeast, entering the zones of higher heat.
I guess northeast.
As you travel for the rest of the day, and as you grow tired, as the heat grows and begins wearing on you, You notice that Lorana and Kara begin to become more hesitant to carry on, suffering from both the heat and the dry air. But for now, again, you look for a place to rest. Would you please roll me a survival check?
Just a straight check.
Yeah.
16.
Okay. Even with the sparse vegetation, you find a good place to rest. Not perfectly sheltered, but much of that, again, taken care of by the Colossus following you around. Is there anything you would do tonight?
And it's warm right now, so we could potentially go with
It's no longer warm, it's definitely hot.
Okay, so we don't need a fire.
A fire might even be counterproductive.
Yeah.
But
Just
do
a
we still
question:
need-
do we want to get the frag through, or at some point we should release them? What's the plan?
Right, yeah, the frogs. Yeah, that's what I was about to talk about. Like, is there enough room on this thing for all of us to ride up top? If we wanted.
For all of you? Certainly. Even if two of you would have to stand on its hands, it is definitely large enough to accommodate you somehow.
I feel like we should probably let them go before it gets too warm.
Yeah, I feel like it's parting time. Because they don't feel comfortable here at all.
Understandable.
Okay?
Well,
As you
I
make
suppose you
camp, you release the frog legs from their bindings. And you send them off into the wild. Immediately as you motion for them to leave, as you unbind them and as you sort of leave them to go where they want, you see them begin to jump straight towards back where you came from, away from the scorching heat, and towards likely much greener areas. Very soon, after a couple of jumps, they are engulfed by darkness and vanish from your sight.
They were good girls.
Oh,
I'm assuming you take your rations and drink your water.
Evelyn is probably going to make some snarky comments as you watch them leave. Of like, and there's another Lorana out of your life.
Ooh!
That's not a snarky comment,
That's a super burn! Oh.
Look, I rolled to see how she would.
Like
I'm like,
Soleil
can you hold your
looks
tongue right now? No.
like Soleil looks really, really pissed at that comment.
It's fair. It's entirely fair. I was like, she would say it. I was like, but she's tired and not happy in general. So.
what stick is up your butt? Oh, it was a bone. You need to be careful where you ride.
How many Loranas did you know?
Who do you ask that?
Actually,
Just these two?
what two?
Oh, the frog. And, the person I'm looking for. A former employer. Employer.
Down here.
No, I didn't see her down here. What? No. It's a long story.
Oh,
But I'm
Yeah, we
starting
don't
to
really
tell
have time
Huxley.
for long
I mean,
stories.
we are sitting here for camp anyway, so I might as well tell you. And yeah, just Soleil just tells
Mm.
his story.
And that's why the thing that Evelyn said was very mean.
Oh, so it's because you lost the other Lorana, and now you're losing this one.
Uh-huh.
Soleil
But
is just like
At
completely.
at least this time you're letting her go yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This is not getting better at all.
It's very oblivious.
Well, we've all lost people before.
I haven't. At least not people I can remember.
Okay. Well, the other three of us have, I guess. So. That's a happy thought.
Reluctantly, Evelyn will kind of glance over.
Oh yeah, you always wanted to tell the story, Evelyn.
What have you lost?
No, I was going to apologize for what I said.
That is not the story at all.
No.
Okay.
So you just wanted to apologize, or do you actually apologize?
I apologize for saying something hurtful for you losing someone.
Okay. Apology accepted.
And is it getting like hot in here, or is it just me?
Yeah, right.
Oh, it must be
I-
nice to remember people that you lost.
Not always.
I feel like we all need a good night's sleep before we talk more about anything.
Probably. Good idea.
I'm not that tired.
No?
Oh, we just sat around all day.
Right. Well, why don't you tell us then about who you would have liked to have lost? If you did remember them.
Well, hard to tell because I can't remember them. But, I mean, I probably have parents. Maybe I have siblings. Maybe I was married. Maybe I had children myself. Who knows?
What is the first thing you remember?
Just the darkness, the caves. Well, no, I remember getting into the caves, so there must have been something before the caves. But it's pretty blurry.
Maybe we'll find out. We are headed, like, we're headed where you entered the caves, right? Kind of.
Yeah, maybe someone in the Dwarven City knows you.
Yeah.
Well, I stayed away from the Dwarven City the last time. but maybe.
Wait, isn't one of your like personalities a dwarf?
Yeah. Well, that's just because I came across a lot of dwarfs when I was in Polythreme.
Oh,
It's easier to talk to people when you look like them.
I guess. So, were you in this form the first thing you remember, or were you in your like black creature form?
At the start, I was mostly black, and then sometimes I think I just changed without even realizing it. And then when I came across people, or even just creatures, I would change into them, like without even realizing it at first.
Okay. So, is this current form like something you came across, or like gnomes that you came across?
No, I haven't really come across any gnomes. Well, I mean, there's gnomes in Polythreme, I guess.
Yeah. Like you look like a gnome, right? Like your gnome size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get this form before you met your first gnome?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe this is someone you forgot.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I know lots of gnomes.
Maybe.
Maybe I lost them all and now they're all dead.
Okay, well, we're up to that, I guess.
Maybe you left and there's like this small village where everyone is still happy and going for their lives and stuff.
Maybe I'm the one who's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds more fitting.
Seems more likely, to be honest.
But on the other side of the caves, everything is just blight. I don't think there's a lot of happy gnome villages.
I mean, the world is big. There are probably still quite a few free spaces. Like, I'm from a place named Antark, and there's still like no blight in the city.
For now, but it's spreading.
That
And it's
is true.
becoming an increasing problem.
Not denying that.
Hopefully, maybe we'll find something along the way to deal with it.
Yeah. Or maybe you're like a blight gnome that's actually good, though.
Maybe.
Maybe all the blight's not bad?
Maybe you are a part of the blight that tries to communicate with the rest of the world to tell us that it doesn't have bad intentions. I know, now we're getting on
Seems
weird
like a
territory.
Yeah.
That's a pretty terrible attempt.
I mean, yeah, maybe you were just like the first try or something.
I meant more just that you're like a cursed gnome, but like the curse isn't that bad. It's actually kind of nice. That's all I meant.
Well, it's pretty spooky though.
Well, you're pretty spooky though.
I don't think you're spooky, I really like you actually.
Oh, thanks.
Well, yeah, I like you right now, but I mean, when you're like a big spooky snake is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
then I like you even more.
Well, yeah, but it's spooky.
Is it really though?
Yes.
Talking about spooky under a colossal sized
There's a lot
necrotech
of
is all I want to
spookiness going
point
on.
out.
Yeah, man.
Like sometimes it's good, but it's still spooky.
Yeah, I mean, look at Holly. Like, you're not spooky at all compared to that thing.
I don't think Ox ever met Holly.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. We named
Oh,
it
I thought
differently.
this was Holly.
No, it's
No, this
it's
is
Vint.
We named it after the city because, you know, that's the bones all the people that were in the city seemed appropriate.
Look, we three agreed, like Red, you and me agreed on Holly, but it turns out that
I
Evelyn,
definitely
because Evelyn created it, like
I got
she was she got the
Yep.
say. Yeah,
Yep.
it was.
Yep.
That's just fair.
That's only fair. I mean,
Sad,
we named
but
frogs,
fair.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Evelyn didn't want to have to do anything with the frogs. She didn't like them for some reason, so.
Oh, they were slimy.
Why don't you like slimy things?
Really keen on holding on to slimy things.
Well, they're hard to hold on to.
That's part of it, yeah.
And then you always got like the residue on your hand afterward.
And the smell.
By the way, does Vint smell?
Yeah.
There is this faint smell of sort of acidic oil that still clings to Vint, but it seems to be fading.
Okay, but not like death smell or whatever. Okay.
No, not
Ancient
particularly.
crypt.
Bones
Yeah.
don't smell. Not normally.
I mean, you use blood and whatever for this whole thing to work, so who knew?
Only a little bit of blood, and most of it was rinsed off.
Okay. At least that makes it not so slimy.
Oh, yeah, speaking of this thing, you really probably shouldn't give that manual to Vidar. We were thinking about it. Because it works out well for us on account of the bones being already ready. But I don't know if Vidar might just find a way to have more bones, which would not be good.
Vidar would still have to struggle with the creation of one. It would take a massive amount of time if you didn't have the prepared items.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
he is
Vidar.
an
What
immortal
if?
vampire,
Yeah, what if
so-
he does have
But you also can't have the bones have to be they can't be desecrated. You have to keep them away from things like that. Well, he has an easier access, technically, I suppose, to his own blood. It would still require a lot of his attention, time, gold, and he'd have to find bones that were large enough to create a necrotech. But if you want me to keep the manual away from him, sure.
Yeah, our concern was more about the way he might go about acquiring said bones.
Yeah.
If you see, like, where we're going with that.
You think he'll try and steal it from me?
He is pretty persuasive.
Well, if he's persuasive, he'd have to have a good reason.
Yeah.
He could
No,
make
I
up
mean-
a good reason.
Well, he could make up a good reason. I meant, though, that he might have rather sinister ways of killing people and getting their bones, or big things, and getting their bones.
Fair. Yeah, I don't have an issue with not giving him the manual.
Sounds good to me, then. We won't mention it if he calls back. Which she should like tomorrow, I think, right?
He called?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
right,
he
right.
did when you were in the middle of the ritual. And said he's gonna call again in a couple days.
We didn't want to interrupt, you know.
Which is appreciated. So you think he'll be calling soon then?
I guess.
Yeah, tomorrow, maybe the day after, probably.
Right, anything else that he said?
We just ask what kind of progress we made.
You said like 5 days or something, didn't you? Or a couple of days.
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah,
But he said, like, I told him that you were in the middle of the ritual and couldn't, like, come to him right now.
I can't recall. Did we get anything off of that skeleton guy? The necromancer dude?
So they checked and rolled really badly. So
Alright. Okay.
You
did pick something up.
I feel like
don't
I picked
recall.
up something that I entirely forgot about, and I'm trying to.
well,
But it
good
could've
thing I
been-
just uploaded the video while we were playing.
That's
so.
true.
That's true. We'll go back and
That's
check it
true.
later on.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alvin, save us again.
Goodness.
I hope it's not in the part that I had to cut out.
And for my loot, my bake.
Good to know. So I suppose he was just checking on the progress. And
Yeah, I
he
think
knows
so.
about Polythreme?
Not that he told us, no. He said nothing by himself. He just asked, like, what's the progress we made. I told him you were in the ritual, and he was like, okay, then I guess I'm gonna call you in a couple days then.
Odd.
He probably wanted to talk to you personally, have a little chit-chat in secret and whatnot, but yeah. I guess it made sense not to disturb you during the important ritual.
No, I wouldn't have been very fond of that, although a conversation wouldn't have necessarily broken my concentration likely. Not sure how his presence there would have affected things though.
Well, we're making good time at this point, so it shouldn't matter one way or the other, really.
Right, Hux, do you have an idea of how far away we are?
Do I have an idea of how far we are?
From where?
Dwarven City?
Your destination?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the destination, the city in the north, Huxley, you've never actually been to. You know that. Just pointed on your map. Overright. You know, north of the swirl. You know that the city lies somewhere north of there.
Yeah.
But you're not fully aware of the distance. Assuming you would cross through whatever place you're headed into right now at a similar pace as you would be traveling outside, probably still take 3 to 4 weeks to get there.
Yes.
Yeah, like a couple of weeks.
Oh man.
Oh, not too bad then.
I was hoping it was right behind the magma chamber, basically.
At the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about too many things at this point.
Outside
Attacking
of
us,
food
I mean.
and water.
Right.
I guess Craglaw could still bite this thing in half with one attack, right?
True. Unless
Prefer
this
that
thing
not
could ride
happening.
Kraglaw with us riding it.
Okay, that would be dope, but I doubt it.
Probably not.
I'd say that might be a waste to try that out.
Yeah, no, I wasn't serious. But what a picture, right?
Yeah, just imagining it makes me feel so good.
Right, well, I suppose we need to make sure to get rest tonight.
Does anyone keep watch?
Evelyn will stay up for first watch.
Mm-hmm. Can you roll me a perception roll?
And I'm telling the dude to keep watch as well.
Mm-hmm.
Should I roll for him too? Or-
No.
Okay.
Actually, yes. Roll for him as well.
Okay. Oh, his is 15 plus 3, 18. And I rolled a natural one.
He has a +8.
Is it? I thought it was. Is it +8 to perception?
It is +8 to perception.
Oh, geez. Okay, never mind. He rolled a 15, so he's got a 23.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not actually watching anything. I'm just sitting there
You
staring.
are distracted, marveling at your creation.
Yes.
And you all settle in for a...
I would try something before I go to sleep.
Okay.
I wanna jump into the slip and think about very hard about an old man and a library, and like just try and hope to get out there. Just reach that place by thinking about it while slipping.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a perception roll.
Beautiful 8.
As you dive into the slip, you see everything sort of bleed away. Almost like you're jumping straight into a dark lake. But as you move through the slip and come out the other side, you sense nothing. You see only what you've seen before. The colossal titan in the distance, the darkness around you, but nothing of any library or any old man.
Well, disappointed, he will just return. Appearing right behind Evelyn.
She probably doesn't notice you initially with her natural one.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just sitting there, like, holding Kieran and absently staring at Vint.
And he's just gonna pop up behind her, is gonna sit down next to her. Guess it's my turn next.
Right, you're gonna give someone a heart attack that way.
Sorry, it's become a habit.
Yeah. You're, staying up for a watch?
Yeah.
Right.
she'll move to jump down and then hesitate for a moment from where she's been sitting, like on Vince's knee or something. Sorry again for the comment earlier.
No, it's fine. It was, guess, a couple rough days for all of us.
Vint, listen to whatever Soleil says, and I'm giving control of Vint to you. And she'll attempt to go to sleep.
Crush Evelyn to death!
Wow.
Just kidding.
I would say, if you're making another check, this time you roll with advantage.
Is she so freaking tired?
Or I suppose disadvantage, because, yes, this is the second day you would be likely going without sleep.
I do get sleep.
You practically pass out as you enter your tent. And Soleil, could you give me a perception roll, please?
25.
In the darkness, as the heat around you begins to stifle the air, you hear something very faintly, as if it's very far away. But it's not hearing that alerts you to it. You smell this slight hint of dog.
Dog. Dog!
The smell you're very familiar with and very opposed to.
I will immediately dart up and I'm gonna activate my Bloodhound amulet to get my sense of smell up, and I want to see how close it is, how long it's been, if it's fresh, stuff like that.
As you activate your Bloodhound amulet, do you visualize the smell with the sort of red vapor?
Yes.
Roll me another perception roll.
For smell with advantage then, or?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good, 24.
What is the range of your dark vision?
60 feet.
Mm-hmm. In this circle of 60 feet going out, you see clouds of smell, very thin clouds of smell, practically everywhere around you. Along some trees, they're a little bit more condensed, but they seem very old. The newest smell that you picked up on is this thin trail leading into the darkness, further than 60 feet out, vanishing into the darkness, relatively fresh.
I'm gonna let Vint know. Protect the others while they sleep. Against anyone that's not part of our group. And then Soleil's gonna follow the scent.
Okay. You follow the scent into the darkness. You walk about a couple, almost close to 100 feet, until you smell a larger concentration. Oddly enough, the smell, this trail of smell, almost seems to split a little bit towards the left and a little bit further towards the right. The stronger smell coming from the right.
Does it rather remind me of a dog, or does it rather remind me of the pack of werewolves we met?
Definitely smells more like a dog. You don't smell the distinct smell of blood-caked fur as much.
Okay. I want to follow the stronger scent.
You follow the scent until you find its source. Are you stealthy?
Yeah, definitely. You know, like,
Then
I'm
please
trying
roll
to
me a
be
stealth roll.
completely silent. Oh, 19.
They do not notice you as you sneak up on them. In the darkness, as this sort of veil falls back from your dark vision, you see, in sort of monochrome, two very large dogs, almost more like wolves, sleeping on the ground. They look somewhat brutal, though their bodies also look very wry, almost malnourished, as their chest heaves as they breathe, sleeping. You can see the outline of their ribs. They are most likely following your trail.
They are sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to get closer
Mm-hmm.
and cut their throats.
Let's see if you can kill one of them without waking the other.
Yeah.
How exactly would you kill one of them?
I mean, I would take a dagger and shove it into it from the I would shove it up from its throat up into its brain.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll and roll your attack.
Stealth is 18. Attack is with advantage.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
You move close to one, trying to mostly, from the smell that you smell, stay within the cloud. As much as it bothers you, it also masks your own scent. You get close, ready your dagger, and thrust upwards. There's this short sort of almost spasm as the creature dies. The other does not seem to have woken.
Yeah, I wanna do the same.
Again, roll me a stealth with advantage this time. And then roll me your attack.
Stealth is 23. Attack is
My
another
God.
another net 20. Today's just net 20s
You
or
follow the
net
exact
ones.
same pattern, almost methodically. You move close through this cloud, making sure that you are sort of... There's little wind, but what little there is, you make sure you stay downwind from it. And again, same method, you reach into the mouth and you hear another... this short spasm as its legs sort of jut out for a moment, and it too dies.
I would like to go back the trail I followed and follow
Yeah.
the light ascent.
You follow the light ascent and come upon another creature. It looks much like the first, but somewhat differently built. Give me a stealth check.
"21.
As you get close, following the scent, it has not noticed you, but you notice that it is awake. Sitting with all of its forelegs sort of lying on the ground, you see the small cloud of dust almost disturb right in front of it each time it breathes.
Is there some kind of
Much
vantage?
like the others, it appears to be malnourished, the sort of hound. Very different looking, but similarly seems to be tracking you.
Is there
or your party.
some sort of vantage point I can reach? Like a tree to climb or rock, bigger one?
It is sitting at the base of a smallish tree. All of the trees in general are relatively sparse here, and there is not much difference in altitude amongst them, so there's no hills, anything of the like.
Okay. Well then, Saleh just looks at this dog, slowly pulls out his arrow, and without him realizing it, almost like very slightly talking to himself, feels like he kind of connects to the slip without slipping. And he casts...
It's to you almost as if you see the creature and yourself in the slip. Everything else is sort of blended out. You only see yourself and your target, making sure that the distorting images of your target fully align. And you
and
mark the
I
slip.
cast Mark of the Slip on the doggy. And then I'm gonna aim and release 3 arrows, Legolas
Okay.
style, quickly,
Do the
one after
first
another.
one. I guess do the first one with advantage.
"19 to hit."
It's almost saw 20 again. Yeah, that'll hit.
And then the other
And then roll
two,
your other two.
yeah, those definitely hit. It's
One of
like
those hit.
27 and 28. So I do the damage plus 3 times Mark of the Slip damage. 23 plus 21, that's 44 damage.
You notice this jolt upward of the creature as there's the slightest of yelp as your first arrow strikes its side. As the other two follow, you see the creature is incredibly hurt. You see blood streaming from its wounds, and as it begins to move 5 to 10 feet, already limping, it falls over on its side, beginning to bleed out, though it is still just the slightest bit breathing.
Yeah, I want to walk over there. And want to give it the end it deserves.
Yeah. Much like the others, though much less stealthily, you meet very little resistance as you kill it.
And then for a moment, Saleh thinks about bringing this one home, like as an additional source of food. But then he gets another whiff of the smell and is immediately so disgusted that he just leaves it and goes back to camp.
Okay. And I'm guessing you settle in for your long rest.
Yes.
You wake the next day. You still somewhat smell the smell of hound, especially with the little bit of blood that remains on you. It's not exactly pleasant, but you are comforted by the knowledge that you killed them in the night. The air has further become hot, and I'm assuming you follow the path as you begin to travel.
I think we do.
Yes.
You follow the path east, where the cave begins to funnel into smaller, though still gargantuan tunnels. The plants around you seem to turn drier with every step you take. The ground underneath your feet begins to crack and crumble into dust every time your footfalls touch the ground. All the while, the heat seems to rise. It has at this point become thoroughly uncomfortable in the clothes that wrap around you, clinging to you in what is your own sweat. You could either remove, if you are wearing armor, your armor, or you could spend a gear to adjust some of your clothing, make it a little bit more bearable. Otherwise, you may have to roll a con check in order to avoid heat exhaustion.
We could probably use one of our gears.
Yeah.
You adjust some of your clothing, making a couple of holes where there were none before, just allowing for more air to flow, cutting a couple of sleeves a little bit closer to your chest. And for now at least, the heat is bearable. Throughout the day, as you continue traveling, a thin layer of grey and black dust begins to cover the land and flora as you continue onwards. The sparse forest around you almost looks like it had been burned down, leaving the trees as skeletons and everything else covered in ash. As time grows late, the heat no longer abates. As you grow tired and weary of travel, there seems to be no escape from the heat in the surrounding darkness. As you enter the edge of a masked tunnel. To explain the grid on this map, each one of these squares is 30 feet
Oh.
in length.
Okay.
But as we get into this, this is where we will end tonight's session.
Ah!
Oh, God.
Okay.
Soleil and the slip is gonna be fine.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a fine thing throughout the
Getting
campaign.
used to slipping, huh?
Mhm.
Quite a
You
lot
start
of it,
losing.
it seems.
Stuff.
Like, I don't
Or
care what
stuff.
happens to Soleil, but the stuff he might use.
Or
Well,
knowledge, or
Or like stuff follows him back from the slip. You don't know what's in the slip. Apparently there's other people. Like the goblin at some point.
Those hounds were trailing you for a day. They would have
Yeah.
continued growing in number. And depending on how you react, you know. But, yeah. So they just snuck out and murdered them. So,
didn't even collect the
yeah.
meat to add to our ration.
Is it really murder?
they
Is it not
were
just
already
self-defense?
pretty, you know, thin.
Yeah, they didn't have that much meat on
Or
them, and
gonna be
also they
pretty
were like,
thin.
I don't eat dogs.
You are entering an area of very sparse resources.
And we
And
are
the
very
predators
sparse on resources.
Similar.
We have an infinite supply. Listen.
Yeah, it just is kind of weird.
It's just cursed food.
May or may not have any.
I'd rather go hungry than eat those
Consequences.
dogs. Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Wow, so
Thank you
rude.
guys for session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becca.
Look, I as a
You
cat have
managed to
standards.
avoid a lot of encounters today. Like, small encounters, but still encounters. You made a lot of headway. Finally, you've left the city, and with a nice little toy in tow.
Yes.
And yeah, nice. Our next session would be the 10th of September.
It'd be good.
So I'll also post that again in the probably as an event, and yeah.
There's I'm trying to figure it out. There's a small chance I might have to not be there, but I'm.
Okay.
I'll get back to you on that one. I actually know.
Yeah. We'll see if we have to reschedule or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It was a great session, Becca. Ah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the session as well.
Thanks,
and,
Becca.
I think I'm gonna go grab some food.
Do that.
Yeah. I will probably see some of you later.
Yeah.
but
I have to
if
do a couple of
don't,
things, but I'll be around.
Wish you a good night, and we'll see you guys next time.
See ya.
Bye, Becca.
Bye bye.
I decided not to